Everyone. Do we have everything set online? Everything is good? Okay, perfect. I call this quarterly meeting of the Texas Veterans Commission to order. Mr. Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Thank you. Normally, I would have Commissioner Dale or Commissioner Wright lead us in the pledge, but we have Tripp in the audience. So I was wondering if you would like to stand up and come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag. Come on up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
the
States
United States of America
and to the
and to
republic
the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now to the Texas flag.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God,
One state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Now I request Chip Osborne to come up and lead us in the opening prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we approach you today with grateful hearts, thankful for the opportunity to serve Texas veterans and their families. We humbly ask for your protection over all service members who are being deployed, as well as those who have already deployed. In Christ's name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
The next agenda item is public comment. And this is how I saw we had several people sign up to speak for public comment. We're going to have you speak during your agenda item, so it'll be timely for your item. But we do have a guest with us, Senator Bldg, who will be speaking during public comment. So at this time, I open the floor to members of the public who wish to address the commission on matters under its purview. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. And remember, this is the time for the commission to consider any public comments. Any discussion or deliberation by the commission for matters not posted on the agenda must be limited to a proposal to place the subject on a later agenda or confined to statements of factual information or existing policy regarding the subject. Any public comment related to items on the agenda will be heard during that agenda item. And I would like to call up Senator Blanco.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. How are we doing today?
Good.
Good. It's always great to see a naval officer chairing these commissions. Sorry, Army and Air Force. I'm kidding. I had to do that. Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of Sun Metro El Paso's Veterans Ride for Free program. And our request for continued expanded funding through the funds for the Veterans Assistance. As you know, these funds are going to be running out next week, and it's so important for our community. Over the past 3 years, the partnership between the City of El Paso and the Texas Veterans Commission has removed transportation as a barrier for veterans, for their families, and for surviving spouses in our community. And every single dollar that's been awarded through this program goes directly to client services, as you all know. And that means every single dollar associated or allocated from you all goes straight to a veteran who needs it. In fiscal year 2026, Sun Metro received $120,000 to support a 14-month service period. As of February, that investment has already reached 799 unique individuals. That includes more than 2,300 fixed route buses and passes that have been distributed, and nearly 8,000 Lyft para-transit trips, helping veterans and their families, providing for their veterans and for the families to be able to get to places like their medical appointments, to work, to school, and staying connected to their communities. And I got to tell you personally, as a disabled vet myself, I know veterans who rely on these services every single day. I know how important it is to make these systems seamless for them, to make these systems reliable to them, because when transportation falls through, the veteran is going to miss those medical appointments, they're going to miss school, they're going to miss hours at work, and they're going to become disconnected from the support systems that they need and that support them. So the program has also maintained strong accountability. I want to emphasize that, with its most recent compliant review resulting in 0 findings. And you're going to hear a little bit more from Mr. DeKaiser, who runs Sun Metro and others. But right now, we're facing a gap. We're facing a gap that puts this progress at risk. And the current funding, as I had mentioned, is expected to be exhausted by the end of this month. And without additional support, we anticipate a 3.5-month interruption in service. Again, those medical appointments, classes, work, etc. During that time, nearly 4,900 paratransit trips and more than 115,000 bus rides could be lost. So for many of these individuals, there really is no alternative. This is it. To prevent this disruption, we're respectfully requesting a $37,000 budget amendment to sustain services through the end of the current performance period. At this time, Sun Metro has submitted the fiscal year 2027 application requesting $140,000 for continued operations, with the goal of serving 1,000 unduplicated beneficiaries. So we recognize that funding decisions are being made today, and we're hopeful for your continued support. You all have done a fantastic job and worked very closely with Tom on a lot of these things, and we appreciate your leadership. At the end of the day, this program is about access. This program, without it, I think a lot of vets are going to face out-of-pocket costs just to make those basic needs, especially during a time when it's very expensive. And some may miss critical exams. Others are going to lose access to their employment, and many may be increasingly isolated. In a state like Texas, where we have made strong commitments to supporting those who served, programs like this are one of the most reliable, one of those that gives a direct impact, and it's an effective way that we can deliver on that promise. So I want to thank you all for your continued leadership, for your partnership. I know how active you all are in the Capitol every single day, every single week during session and outside of session during the interim. You all in the Senate are going to have a great chair, a new incoming chair, a fellow Navy veteran as well, Senator Hagenbu. But I want to thank you for your advocacy and for the work that you all do day in and day out. As someone who has gone through the claims process, TVC was my service representative. So I want to thank you all so much for your help and for your consideration of this request this morning. This is about maintaining access. It's about maintaining dignity. It's about the independence for our vets who have already given so much. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your service and for your support of veterans in the legislature.
You bet. Thank you.
I don't have anyone else that has signed up for public comment that is not related to an agenda item. Is there anyone else online that we may have missed? Okay. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. At this time, does any commissioner wish to remove anything from the consent agenda and place it for discussion? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion is approved. Okay, moving on to the first agenda item. Agenda item 4A includes the agency, department, and program updates. And I'll be calling up each of the directors for their report. So first will be the Department of Veteran Benefits Division.
Good morning, Chair Kerner, commissioners, and members of the public. Thanks for being here. For the record, I am Charlie Cato. I am the Division Director for Veterans Benefits. My notes out of here. I'm going to start off with our Healthcare Advocacy Department. As you recall from the last commission meeting, our director, longtime director, Gary Lee, retired. I'm happy to introduce to you our new director, Dr. Horacio Maldonado. He's in the back there. He comes to us with a lot of experience with TVC, both in the Valley and most recently as a healthcare advocate in the Lubbock area, and he is now our director. And he hit the ground running. They just completed this week their first virtual training for the first half of this year. Both Mr. Palladino and myself had the opportunity to meet with all our healthcare advocates, and they had 2 days of really good comprehensive training. So that's for healthcare. Moving on to the claims department. We often get questions about, where our claims benefit advisors actually reside? Where are they? I thought I'd just give you a little bit of a summary here. Obviously, we have 2 VA regional offices. We have staff in those. We have staff in 30 VA medical facilities across the state. We have claim benefit advisors on 2 military installations, 4 vet centers or one-stops, and 13 in county or city offices. So it just kind of gives you an idea of where we're spread out across the state, where we can be where the veterans are. Moving on to the veterans education, big news. We went live with our Hazelwood database in April. It was a little bit later than we anticipated, but that was due to a lot of very good testing and a lot of good team effort. I want to shout out to the vets education team and especially Judy Schuler, who was kind of our projo for the project. It is fielded. There are some minor tweaks, but it is going well. And as the director, David Salgado, says, so far so good. So we're real happy with that. That also includes the iOS and Android apps. So it's now live and you can use it on your phone too. So it makes it very convenient. And then finally, I'll finish up with the mental health department. March 1 was our changeover date with HHSC for us to fully take over the program from legislation at the last session. I can say that all of our mental health program for veterans contracts with the local mental health authorities have been executed, and finance is working on processing the payments, and we have fully taken over that. Big items that go with that include the governor's challenge and funding the peer service coordinators through the LMHAs and our rural veterans counselors. So that transition is progressing very well. Subject to your questions, that's all I have for veterans benefits.
Thank you, Charlie. Any questions, commissioners?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Director of Veteran Services Division.
Good morning, Chair Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. My name is Chip Osborne, and I am the Director of Veteran Services Division. I have some exciting news to share. The Veteran Entrepreneur Department has received a pre-award letter from the Small Business Administration for the Texas Veterans Commission. This letter will allow us to establish 5 Veteran Business Operations Centers, better known as VBOCs, across Texas. The locations will be in San Antonio, Houston, El Paso, Austin, and Abilene. We will provide more updates as they become available. Right now, we have a pending ribbon cutting ceremony scheduled around June the 12th, and we're trying to finalize that as well. Now, I would like to request the chair to call upon Dr. Crystal Matthews, Director of the Women's Veterans Department, to present the Women Veterans Day report.
Well, I have one question. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions about the VBOC? Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Matthews? Chip?
Not Dr. Matthews, but Chip Osborne. Luckily, let me turn to the page. So, good morning, Chairwoman. I'm filling in for Dr. Matthews and Commissioners. On the Women's Program, it's going to be dated on June the 12th is our Women's Day program. I have provided you with a list of various locations that this will actually be going on. We have volunteer registration that they can go online and actually fill out the form and be at our events. We will have community resources available on site to connect women veterans to local benefits and services. Registration is open for each event, and we can expect more than 100 women veterans to attend. It is also important that with these women veterans that we get them enrolled in our veteran healthcare system as well. That concludes my report. Subject to your question.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for filling in.
And ma'am, that concludes my division's report.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Deputy Executive Director who will give his report.
Right. Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. For the record, my name is Sean DeBay, the Deputy Executive Director. I will be followed by Michelle Nall, our Chief Financial Officer. But I just have a couple of updates for you. One is in government relations. Just to let you all know, there are interim charges scheduled now. The House Subcommittee on Veteran Affairs will have a tentative meeting on July 8th in San Antonio at City Hall. They'll be talking about veterans' mental health programs as well as legal representation for Texas veterans. The Senate Select Committee on Veteran Affairs will be held 9 a.m. August 24th and 25th. They'll be looking at protecting the integrity of the Department of Veteran Affairs claims, strengthening the military to civilian transition, and they'll also be talking about two items that were implementation of the legislation passed at the 89th legislature, one of them being the transfer of veterans' mental health from the Health and Human Services to the Veterans Commission, and then our data management electronic database. They'll be reviewing that as well. And speaking of database, we have the Texas Veteran Support Services portal. Just to remind you, that has two major functions. One is going to allow us to communicate with veterans proactively instead of being reactive. The other element is also going to allow our departments to talk to each other, communicate better within the system, as well as better reporting. So we're excited about that. But the first launch is scheduled to be in August. That's going to involve three of our programs: Women Veterans Program, Entrepreneur, and Healthcare Advocacy. And also, we also get information from the Department of Defense, those veterans transitioning within 12 months, and they said, we want Texas to have our contact information. We'll be able to pull that data down to go into this database as well. That's the first launch in August, so more to come on that as we approach our August commission meeting. I should have a lot more detail on that. But we are working with DIR and Deloitte every week, every day, pretty much getting this database going. So excited about that. And the last thing is our internal auditor. Just as a reminder, they're auditing our records management as well as our complaint process and any other follow-ups that they have. And they're working on those now. And for the August commission meeting, they should be here to give you a full report. So you got a lot to cover. So that's all that I have. Unless you have any questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to Michelle now.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions, commissioners? Just a comment. I'm really excited to hear about the database moving forward. I know we worked hard for the exceptional item in the last legislative session, and this will be a very important step forward and a long time coming. And I'm so glad we're able to pull that data in.
Absolutely. Something we've been wanting to do for years, got the resources, and now just excited to get it going. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you for that update.
Thank you.
Okay, so Michelle, you're up.
Good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, fellow commissioners, Mr. Palladino. For the record, my name is Michelle Nall. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Texas Veterans Commission. If you take a look at the first report that you have in front of you, it is the operating budget for the second quarter, fiscal year 26, ending February 28th. You can see for this quarter, we If you look at the bottom, method of finance, we have received $84,359,7064 in funding. Of that funding, if you look at the top, we have spent $34,362,283. This is a 41% spending rate. Typically, we'd be around 50%, but because some of those large items that Mr. Coteau and Mr. DeBay just discussed, we're getting into those this quarter, and you'll see more of that spending pick up the next quarter and thus. Therefore, I'm not having any questions on this before I move on to the next.
Commissioners, any questions on the operating budget report? Okay, moving on.
All right, thank you. And take a look at the next page. It is the Funds for Veteran Assistance revenue estimation through this commission meeting. You can see from the last commission meeting, our estimated revenues have gone up, a projection of about $876,775. And then we have about $56,000 in additional expenditures, therefore a net of $820,418 in additional revenues, which brings that total to $42,630,142. Mr. Irv Leos, the Director of Grants Veteran Services, will be up here shortly, and he is going to submit the request for approval of additional funding for the 2025-26 grants of $2,271,000. And then the advisory committee is proposing $37,764,000 in grant awards for the 2027 grant period. Therefore, if all of these are approved as being requested, there will be a balance of $2,895,142. Two things can happen with these fundings. You can either grant them out in additional grant awards, or the funding can be used to move forward in the next fiscal year for next year's grant awarding. Therefore, that concludes my brief. Pending any questions?
So just so I clarify for the audience and the commissioners, if we, based off of the increased revenue that received in lottery ticket sales, if we approve the recommended amendments for the grants and all of the grants as recommended by the advisory committee, we would still have about $2.9 million that we can give out to additional grantees that weren't on the recommended list.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Sean, anything more on your side? No? Okay. Moving on to agenda item 4C. This is the report from the executive director. Turn it over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chairwoman, commissioners, members of the TVC, employees, staff, and all members of the public. Thank you all for being here today. And thank you for everything you do for our veterans and their families and survivors across the state. I know there's a lot of organizations out here today in the room and watching online that provide valuable services to our veterans. So again, thank you for what you do, and we do it collaboratively across the state, right? So what we do directly, the Texas Veterans Commission Services, as well as all of the counties and cities out there that provide services, as well as all the nonprofits out there that provide services. And we work closely with the VA as well. Speaking of the VA, we're coordinating with the new leadership. The VA has gone through a transition. They've gone from 23 veteran integrated service networks now down to 5. So we went from Vision 17 to Vision of 16 and 17 to Vision 4. So I'm working with their leadership because we are integral partners with them on multitude of programs, health, care, mental health, and then as well as Women Veterans Program. Of course, our disability claims, that's through the Veteran Benefit Administration. And so I meet with all the leaders of all the healthcare systems throughout Texas. We have staff that are inside their facilities providing services. And of course, they come to our community events. So that's very, very important that we do that. We're working on a strategic plan. It's going to be presented here today to the commissioners, which is part of the budget process the Texas legislative budget process, which is coming up for the next legislative session, which starts in January. So that strategic plan and budget structure be submitted. And then in August, we'll submit our legislative appropriation request. And then there'll be interim hearings with some of the committees, as Sean DeBay mentioned. And then starting in January, we'll have our legislative session, which then we'll be testifying, on different bills and of course on our budget, and working with our partners as well to increase the services for veterans. We have a Texas Coordinated Council of Veteran Services Council, which I chair, with 20 state agencies. We're finishing up our report, which is members of the audience, some of them is give input into that council on how to increase the services for our veterans across the state in order to provide benefits and services to meet the needs of our veterans. And so we have a report we do every 2 years. That'll be turned into the legislature by October 1st. Which is very helpful for the legislature as well for a review. So I just want to thank everybody for what you do and our collaboration together. It's important that we do it collectively, because if we don't, then there's gaps in the system. And the transitioning service members, which we are interlocked with the military installations in the state to ensure that the service members have the tools they need to make that transition, and you are integral in doing that. So thank you very much, and that ends my report.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions? I actually have one. Vision 4, that's our new Vision.
Yes.
Where's the headquarters at?
So I do not know the headquarters. I do know I know the director. His name is Fernando Rivera, and I'm going to meet with him in June. But I don't know the actual where he's going to be based out of.
Okay, so they haven't announced it to us. Okay.
Right, because it has a multitude of states in that 4.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, that concludes this report. Let me jump up. Now we'll move on to the considerations portion of the agenda. Moving on to agenda item 5A. This will be action regarding the 2025 TVC Employer Awards. I ask Catherine Thomas, our Veteran Employment Department Director, to present this item.
Good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. For the record, my name is Catherine Thomas, and I'm the Director of Veterans Employment Services here at Texas Veterans Commission. Our Veterans Employment Services team respectfully submits for approval the following 6 employers as recipients of the TVC VES Employer of the Year Awards for 2025. This annual award recognizes employers for their exemplary commitment to hiring veterans and promotes the relationship between Texas employers, our commission, and the veterans in Texas. Our VES headquarters staff rigorously evaluated 20 well-qualified candidates from our 5 districts. For these awards, we considered the number and ratio of veterans employed by these employers, veterans hired during the 2025 award cycle, so the quantity of veterans hired, the quality of the nomination narratives, and the employer contributions to the veteran community. The selected employers representing the diverse industries embody TVC's mission to foster meaningful employment opportunities for Texas veterans. So for our VES Employer of the Year small category, we submit Defense Consulting Services Incorporated out of San Antonio, Texas. Our veteran employer liaison, Brian Seifert of the South Texas District, nominated this employer. Defense Consulting Services has a workforce of 127 individuals, 37% of which are veterans. They hired 25 individuals during the year, of which 48% were veterans. Next, we recommend awarding the TVC VES Employer of the Year Medium Award to National Veterans Outreach Program, also San Antonio, Texas. The nominator for this award was Jimmy Lozano. He's a Veterans Career Advisor in the VES South Texas District as well. National Veterans Outreach Program has a workforce of 270, of which 24% were veterans. They hired 76 individuals during the year, 30% of these being veterans. For the TVC VES Employer of the Year Large Award, we submit First Command Financial Services Incorporated of Fort Worth, Texas. Brian Seifert, also a VEL in South Texas District, submitted this nomination. First Command Financial Services has a workforce of 1,333. 31% of these are veterans. They hired 322 individuals during the year, 42% of those being veterans, so that increased their veteran ratio on their staff. For the TVC VES Government Entity of the Year Award for Small, we are pleased to present the Texas Veterans Leadership Program of Round Rock, Texas for approval. The nominator was Carlton Robinson, and he's a VEL in the Central Texas District. TVLP has a workforce of 22, of which 100% are veterans. In 2025, they hired 7, and of course, all of these were veterans. For the medium TVC VES Government Entity of the Year Award, we submit Sun Metro, El Paso, Texas for approval. Daryl Henderson, who is a VEL in West Texas, nominated this employer. 12.5% of Sun Metro's 506 person staff are veterans. They hired 103 individuals in the year, 24% of those were veterans. And finally, we recommend for TVC VES Government Entity of the Year Large, the El Paso Police Department of El Paso, Texas. VEL Don Perrott of the West Texas District submitted this employer for consideration. El Paso PD has a workforce of 1,140. 30% of these are veterans. They hired 147 individuals during the year, and 21% of these were veterans. So with this, VES respectfully recommends commission approval of these outstanding Texas employers. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the 2025 Texas Veterans Commission Employer Awards?
So moved.
I hear a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item is agenda item 5B, which is action regarding the TVC fiscal year 2027-2031 strategic plan. And I'll ask Margaret, our Communications and Outreach Director, to present this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Kerner, Commissioners, Executive Director Palladino. For the record, my name is Margaret Hessian, Director of Communications and Veteran Outreach. Before you today is the Texas Veterans Commission strategic plan for fiscal years 2027 through 2031. This is the agency's 5-year planning document, which is revised and submitted every 2 years in accordance with statewide strategic planning requirements. The updated plan includes minor narrative formatting, branding, and administrative revisions intended to improve clarity, readability, consistency, and overall presentation. No changes were made to the agency's existing goals, objectives, output measures, outcome measures, or any core agency functions. The plan is required to be submitted to the Legislative Budget Board and publicly posted by June 1, 2026. Staff is requesting approval of the Texas Veterans Commission Strategic Plan 2027-2031 as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioners, on the strategic plan?
No.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the TVC fiscal year 2027 to 2031 strategic plan?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay. I hear a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Dale. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next agenda item is agenda item 5C, which is action regarding the adoption of new Rule 40, Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 459, new veteran-owned business verification letters, and 40 TAC 459.1, documents needed to request a new veteran-owned business verification letter. And I'll ask Chip Osborne, our Director of Veteran Services Division, to give this presentation.
Good morning again, Chair Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and our guests. For the record, I am Chip Osborne, Director of the Veteran Services Division. Commissioners, I've provided you with 3 documents for your review. The first one is our summary document with a recommendation. Second is the preamble of the new rule, how it will actually look in our TAC. And then lastly, the order adopted new rule signature document that if the commissioners actually pass, y'all will need to actually sign that document, okay? The summary document, just a reminder for our audience, that back on our second quarter commission meeting in February the 10th, the commissioners actually approved the proposed new rules, 40 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 459, regarding the new veteran-owned business verification letters for publication in the Texas Registry. On February the 27th, the proposed rule was published in the registry for public comment for 30 days. This comment period ended on March the 30th, and the commission received no public comments. The new rule outlines required documents that veterans must submit to request a veteran verification letter under Texas Tax Code 171.0005. Veterans can submit one of the following documents: a DD-214, an NGB-22, or a NA Form 13038, which is a certification of military service. The Texas Veterans Commission staff seeks your approval to adopt Chapter 459, new veteran-owned business verification letter, as it was previously published in the Texas Register. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chip. Any questions, commissioners? Do I hear a motion to approve the adoption of new Rule 40, TAC Chapter 459 and 40 TAC 459.1?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay. I heard everybody move. We'll have Commissioner Hernandez as a second, Commissioner Dale as the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to agenda item 5D, which is action regarding the Fund for Veteran Assistance Grant Year 2025 to 2026 grant amendments regarding additional funding to support a grant period extension. The first agenda item is agenda item 5D I, which will be action regarding the General Assistance Concho Valley Community Action Grant Year 2025 grant amendment request. And Irv will be presenting this as the TVC Grants for Veteran Services Director.
Thank you and good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. My name is Irv Lels Jr., Grants for Veteran Services Director. For item D, I will be presenting the Funds for Veterans Assistance Grant Year 2025-2026 grant amendments seeking additional funding to accompany grant period extensions. The information provided for your review is in the SharePoint folder labeled D, Funds for Veterans Assistance Grant Year 2025-2026 Grant Amendments. This folder contains the following documents for the 7 25-26 granted organizations requesting additional funding. The first document is the amendment request form. The second document is the staff's consideration summary. The total requested additional funding for these 7 grants is $1.018 million. These amendments are before the Commission because they involve an increase to the grant award, which requires Commission approval. Grants for Veteran Services has reviewed the reported expenditures by each grant over the past 9 months and calculated the monthly average expenditure rate and provided the Commissioners with a recommendation for each FY 25-26 grantee. This agenda item is presented to the Commission's consideration regarding Concho Valley Community Action Agency General Assistance Financial Assistance Amendment Request for an additional $150,000 in grant funds. Commissioners can refer to this document in the folder for additional information. Concho Valley Community Action Agency was awarded a general assistance grant for $350,000 to serve 100 clients for the 25-26 grant year from July 1st, 2025 through August 31st, 2026. As of March 31st, 2026, the Concho Valley Community Action Agency reported they had utilized 50% of their budget, $176,628 of $350,000, and have served 55 of the projected 100 clients, equaling 55% performance. The executive director approved their amendment requesting to extend their grant period for 6 months, ending on February 28th, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant period, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the commission make a motion to approve Concho Valley Community Action Agency amendment request for an additional $75,000 in grant funding and to serve an additional 23 clients for the 2025-2026 grant period. Pending your questions, commissioners.
Any questions of our? Okay, we do have one person who signed up for public comment regarding this item, Mr. Mike Burnett. If you please come up. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. And please introduce yourself and the organization you're representing. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, Mr. Executive Director, and other commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Mike Burnett, the Executive Director of Concho Valley Community Action Agency. We serve 11 counties across the edge of the Hill Country and West Texas. We work with low-income individuals and households, including veterans and their families, often as the last stop before crisis becomes much worse. I want to start with a genuine thank you. I appreciate the time, attention, and openness that the Texas Veterans Commission staff and leadership have given over the past several weeks. I especially want to thank TVC leadership for working with us on the 6-month extension of our current grant and the additional funding tied to that extension, which you are considering today. At CVCAA, our work is simple. When a veteran shows up at the door, we help. We don't ask them to come back in 6 months when policy questions are settled. We help now. This extension will allow us to keep doing that. It keeps us breathing. It gives us breathing room. It gives our staff certainty. And most importantly, it gives veterans continuity of care across our region while longer-term issues are being addressed. If the full funding is approved, we estimate that additional 45 veterans and their families will be served over the next 6 months. These are real people trying to stay housed, trying to keep the lights on. Importantly, TVC funding does not stand alone at our agency. We intentionally braid these dollars with other programs so that veterans receive more assistance than what any single program funding source could provide on their own. This is help paired with broader programs when needed. These are existing services in existing communities delivered by an experienced team with a long record of compliance and performance. This funding keeps veterans from falling through the cracks and allows us to provide the maximum assistance possible at the moment when it matters most. For context, as you know, our current application was deemed ineligible. I'll speak to that process later this morning, but I want to be clear, this extension is not about agency growth. It's about stability for veterans in crisis. So my request this morning is straightforward. I ask that you approve the additional full funding, $150,000 tied to this 6-month extension so veterans can continue to be served without interruption as future grant cycle improvements are considered by the commission. Thank you for the compromise. Thank you for the willingness to listen and adjust. And thank you for keeping the mission and veterans at the center of this work, even when the procedure side gets complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, can you stay up for a second? I do have a question for you.
Sure.
So staff is recommending $75,000 based off of the rate at which you're currently spending and the number of veterans you're currently serving. If we were to give you the full amount, how would you ensure you spend it? Because that would be less money that we would have available to give to another grantee.
Yes. So let me pull up our April to date numbers. I had our team pull that so I can give you accurate information. So the report that Mr. Irvey mentioned was from March, and to date, as of yesterday, we have spent $209,000 with a remaining balance of $140,000. The household goal is $100,000, and we've served 65 households as of yesterday. Going forward, I had our outreach team and our grants program director discuss new outreach. Let me find that. Some pretty aggressive outreach that we've not attempted in the past. It's pretty exciting, actually, if I could find it. I'm sorry about that. There it is. We're looking at pairing with the VA clinic, Goodfellow Air Force Base, and Workforce Solutions to provide on-site veteran outreach and intake. Whereas in the past, we would attend the events where folks could see us, and then they would have to come to our office to apply. So we're working on regular intake at these locations, direct engagement with veterans, providing information, and then assisting them with on-site application completion. We're also building out our community-based veteran engagement, including all Veterans Council meetings, Veteran Coalition meetings, Goodfellow Air Force Base, newcomers orientation, and continuing events such as stand-downs and other veteran-focused events. And then working with our VSOs across the 11 counties to continue and expand referrals to the agency, and extending continued engagement with our other rural partners who aren't veteran-facing.
Okay.
And then lastly, working directly with our network of about 350 landlords and property managers to help identify veterans that may be in need in their properties.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve TVC staff recommendation of an additional $75,000 grant assistance grant funding for Concho Valley Community Action Agency grant year 25 to 26?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Awesome. Discussion, commissioners. I'm thinking for my thought on this is we want to make sure that we give enough money to continue supporting the veterans that this grant is supporting, but I'm not convinced that they'll be able to spend double that amount of money. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely am concerned about taking money away from other folks, and them not being eligible and meeting the requirements for the full amount. I'm okay with the recommended amount.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Since no more discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to move on to agenda item 5D2. Shall be action regarding General Assistance Panhandle Community Services grant amendment request to increase the grant year 25 to 26 grant amount by an additional $150,000. And Irv will be presenting this as well.
Yes, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioner's consideration regarding Panhandle Community Service General Assistance Financial Assistance Amendment requesting $150,000 in grant funds. Commissioners can refer to the documents in the folder for additional information. Panhandle Community Services was awarded a general assistance grant for $300,000 to serve 150 clients for the 25-26 grant year, again from July 1st, 2025 through August 31st, 2026. As of March 31st, 2026, Panhandle Community Services reported they had utilized 67% of their budget, $200,488 of $300,000, and served 113 clients of the projected 150, equaling 75% performance. The executive director approved their amendment request to extend their grant for 6 months ending on February 28th, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant period, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the Panhandle Community Services amendment request for an additional $150,000 in grant funding and to serve an additional 75 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Any questions of Irv? Yeah, we have two people who've signed up to speak on this agenda item. First up, I call up Christopher Brock, if he's here. Thank you. And you remember the 3-minute rule and to introduce yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
My
you.
name is Christopher Brock. Thank you for hearing me out this morning. What we are trying to do here, and I'm speaking on behalf of Panhandle Community Services. A few years back, I made the mistake of moving my family to Washington State, and it didn't work out. So we immediately came back to what we know, Texas. And on our coming back, we lost a lot of stuff. We didn't anticipate this stuff happening to us, but then we happened to stumble on Panhandle Community Service. Their help has absolutely blessed us. We lost a lot of stuff, and they managed to get us back on track. My wife and me have even put in to work for them. That's how much they've helped us. I appreciate you guys listening to me, and I appreciate everybody who's actually helping veterans. I had no clue until I met Audra. She has helped tremendously my family. She's became a part of my family. And I appreciate you guys listening to this. And I understand what we're asking, and I hope you approve us. I don't need that much time, but I also recommend that you guys continue to fight. I had no clue that I had this many people fighting for me. Absolutely none. All we get to see is what the VA shows us on their website, but this is even better. This is incredible. And I ask you to continue to help my fellow service members up north who had no idea that you guys are fighting for us. Again, I'm not going to take up the whole 3 minutes, but I appreciate it, and I hope you continue to help serve us up at the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Welcome back to Texas. Thank you for your service. I also have Audra Brea.
Good morning. My name is Audra Ray. I stand here today not only as the Family Services Director for Panhandle Community Services, serving 26 Texas counties, but also as a granddaughter, daughter, sister, and most importantly, a mother of veterans. It is an honor to serve those who served our country, and I am here today asking the Commission to grant our request for additional funding to continue serving the thousands of veterans in the Texas Panhandle. Earlier this week, Panhandle Community Services hosted town hall meetings across the region. Just 2 days ago in Borger, the local American Legion Post filled a table. These heroes voiced concerns about dwindling resources for veterans in the Panhandle, how some veterans are proud and have trouble asking for help when needed, and about the importance of protecting the few organizations that serve veterans, specifically in the Panhandle. These town halls are not just talk. At Tuesday's event, we were able to connect a homeless veteran with transitional housing, transportation, and other supports. That same day, all veterans deserve such service, just as they served us all. I implore you to consider full funding for veteran services in the Texas Panhandle. If this amendment is not granted, veterans will simply have nowhere else to turn. TVC funding is the only funding to support veterans with basic support services like transportation, water, and other basic bills. Without continued funding, the veterans in the Panhandle will suffer. A 2024 Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute Panhandle Data Book notes that 21% of veterans living in the Panhandle region are below the poverty threshold and struggle to meet their basic needs. And while we may have concerns over the application and eligibility process as a whole, our utmost concern and present reality is that without this funding, veterans will go without the services and help they need and deserve. PCS is incredibly grateful for our partnership with the Commission for many years. You have helped us improve the lives of our veterans. In return, we have provided transparent, effective, and high-quality services to them. This partnership simply must continue, or the veterans of our region will feel forgotten, and we can all agree that is simply unacceptable. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you. Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance Panhandle Community Services Grant Year 25-26 amendment request for an additional $150,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to the next agenda item 5D3, which is action regarding General Assistance Rolling Plains Management Corporation amendment requests to increase their grant year amount by an additional $200,000.
Again, Commissioners, this agenda item presented is for regarding Rolling Plains Management Corporation General Assistance Financial Assistance Amendment request for an additional $200,000 in grant funds. Rolling Plains Management Corporation was awarded a general assistance grant for $350,000 to serve 151 clients for the 25-26 grant year, again starting July 1st, 2025 through August 31st, 2026. As of March 31st, 26, Rolling Plains Management Corporation reported they had utilized 71% of their budget, or $247,843 of the $350,000, and had served 236 of the projected 151 clients, equaling 56% performance. The executive director approved their amendment request to extend their grant for 6 months ending February 28th, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant period, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Rolling Plains Management Corporation amendment request for an additional $200,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 86 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions? We have two people who have signed up to speak on this agenda item. First, I have Ms. Deborah Thomas.
Good morning.
Good
Madam
morning.
Chairman, Commission, Mr. Palladino. I'm just going to say right off the top, I'm extremely nervous. I'm not a very good speaker, but I am very passionate about what we do. Rolling Plains, we're a community action agency. We serve the veterans in North Texas, which is highly rural, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of other services around. As some of the other speakers have said, we're community action agencies. We address the needs of low income, we address the needs of disabled, and try to provide them with critical needs to move them out of poverty. But with the Texas Veterans Fund, we've been able to prioritize our veterans, and that really makes a difference in their lives. As we said earlier, and I know Mr. Leos has said this, as of yesterday, we'd served 251 veterans, and we had spent most of our direct services money. As of yesterday, we still had $24,000 left. And that's not going to go very far, considering we already have 55 veterans sitting on our wait list waiting to be served. My estimate is we'll probably serve about 30 of those with the money we have. And so as we move into this next year, which unfortunately we're not going to be able to receive funding for the next funding year, we respectively ask that you fund the amount that's been requested. It's just so needed. And we appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I also have Mr. Joel Jimenez. And I just apologize in advance if I say your name wrong.
Everybody does, Madam.
Okay. Everybody, it's a blanket apology in advance.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Tom, and all veterans here, thank you for your service and welcome home. My name is Joel Jimenez. I'm the commander of the Disabled American Veterans in Wichita Falls in North Texas, and I would like to share with you today my commitment in helping veterans for the past 27 years volunteering. Through the grace of God and support from agencies like yours, the TVC, I would like to thank you for the tremendous support in assisting these veterans and their families so they can have the quality of life they so deserve. 18 years ago, when Felix Taylor from Crowell, Texas, and Rolling Plains Management Company came to me to partnership with him, I said, certainly, yes, the disabled American veterans, especially in the much-needed rural areas, by providing transportation, paying bills, utility bills, supportive services, even in addition to providing my chapter an office free of cost. Our veterans, the DAV, Rolling Plains Management, are grateful for the past grants and programs to continue the much-needed help to our veterans. Again, with your assistance, we will continue supporting veterans so we can all make a positive difference in their lives. Again, thank you for your time, dedication, and love for helping one veteran at a time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance Rolling Plains Management excuse me, Commissioner Wright, did you have a question? Yes, ma'am. Of whom?
And actually, it was of the director. Okay. So I did some quick
math.
Is that
Joel or Deborah?
Deborah. Yeah. Sorry.
Miss Deborah, if you can please come up.
Yeah, you escaped before I could ask the question.
Sorry about that. That was probably my fault.
And you guys have been an excellent partner with us for years.
Yes, sir.
Excellent use of the money. But my question comes, you've spent on average just over $1,200 per veteran that you've served.
My staff told me 900, but I'm not going to.
Wow.
I'm not good at math in my head.
You're doing better, but my question comes: you're now requesting enough money to spend just over $2,300 a veteran. What is making that more expensive?
Okay, so what we do is when we ask you for the funds, we have an amount that if we provided services at the max value for all veterans, and I think as some of my counterparts have mentioned, as a community action agency, we have access to other funds that are not necessarily veterans, but all persons. So many times, if we can, we leverage their needs using those other funds, which we can't guarantee, but then it allows us to serve more veterans with the money that we're given.
Okay. And for everybody who's in the room and we're doing this today, we're trying to figure out how to say yes as many times as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That answer all your questions?
The next one I had was, Irv, what was Irv's recommendation?
Irv is recommending
the staff's recommendation, I should say.
So our motion on the table is to fund the full request of $200,000.
And is that the suggested amount?
That is the motion that we have on the table.
All right.
Actually, did we make the motion yet? No, we did not.
No.
You're right. I was in the middle of it. That would have been the motion. Okay. So can I?
So moved.
Okay. So do I hear a motion to approve Rolling Plains Management Corporation grant year 25-26 amendment request for the additional $200,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Okay.
So moved.
Commissioner Dale and Commissioner Wright was the motion the second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5D4, which is action regarding the General Assistance Transition Skills Training Grant Amendment Request to increase the grant year amount by additional $32,000.
Commissioners, this agenda item presented is regarding Transition Skills Training General Assistance Veteran Small Business Support Amendment Request for an additional $32,000 in grant funds. Transition Skills Training was awarded a general assistance grant for $50,000 to serve 400 clients for the 25-26 grant year, again starting July 1st, 2025 through August 31st, 2026. This program provides entrepreneur training to eligible veterans. As of March 31st, 2026, Transition Skills Training reported they had utilized 80% of their budget, or $40,122 of the $50,000, and served 280 of the projected 400 clients, equaling 70% performance. The executive director approved their amendment request to extend their grant for 6 months ending February 28th, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant period, Grants for Veterans Services recommends the commission make a motion to approve the Transition Skills Training amendment request for an additional $32,000 in grant funds to serve an additional 200 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions for Irv? We have one person who signed up to speak on this topic. It's Mr. Ken Watterson. If you are here, please come forward. Okay. It's not anyone else sign up that I don't have on my list. Okay. We have no other public comment. So commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance Transition Skills Training Grant Year 25-26 amendment request for an additional $32,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 5D5 will be action regarding Housing for Texas Heroes Austin Area Urban League grant amendment request to increase their grant amount by an additional $100,000. Irv, it's over to you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, this agenda item is regarding Austin Area Urban League Housing for Texas Heroes amendment request for an additional $100,000 in grant funds. The Austin Area Urban League was awarded a Housing for Texas Heroes grant of $350,000 to serve 20 clients for the 25-26 grant year. As of March 31st, 2026, Austin Area Urban League reported they had utilized 20% of their budget, or $71,000 of the $350,000, and served 7 of the projected 20 clients, equaling 35% performance. The executive director approved their amendment request to extend their grant for 5 months ending on January 31st, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant period, Grants for Veterans Services recommends the Austin Area Urban League maintains the current grant funding for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, commissioners.
I do have
Do you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
I want to thank you for the work that you've done on this. I was able to look at the materials you've provided us and read the summaries of the analysis that you've done. But can you explain a little bit about when you're looking at these amendments, some of the items that you're actually looking at and comparing and making these recommendations?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking, we look at the entire grant period thus far. So we go from the beginning to the current date, which was as March 31st. And just really we focus on their expenditures, how much they've expended, the total grant amount, and also the client served. So that's our primary focus. Any additional information is provided if they add, in some cases, maybe they've expended, but they haven't reported to us. We'll take that into consideration. But in most cases, they don't. They're just letting us know what has been reported.
All right, but you have access to the information to go and look at what's been spent, how they're tracking, and those types of things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you know, I will say, I appreciate you doing that. I've gone back and looked at what you've sent us as well. And I'm extremely sensitive to some of these amendments because, you know, as Commissioner Wright kind of mentioned, we don't have enough money to fund everybody for everything requested. And so when we start taking money away from some of these other people, you know, get a little sensitive about, I wish we could fund everybody. If everybody would, you know, go buy more of their scratch off tickets, we'd have more money to spend. But I appreciate the work you've done on this. Just wanted to say that and wanted to understand exactly, what you were looking at and the information provided. So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? I have one. So is it staff's understanding that the current grant amount that they have now and the current number of veterans that they plan to sell would be sufficient
Yes, ma'am.
through the
Yes.
extension period based off of their spend rate? So,
Yes, ma'am.
so it's our assessment that even with the extension, they will be able to use their current grant and still continue services for the veterans.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Do I hear a motion to approve staff's recommendation to keep funding unchanged?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 5D6, which is action regarding Housing for Texas Heroes Panhandle Community Services grant amendment request to increase the grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $86,000. And I'll turn it over to you, Irv.
Yes, ma'am. Again, Commissioners, Panhandle Community Services, Housing for Texas Heroes amendment request for an additional $86,000 in grant funds. Panhandle Community Services was awarded a Housing for Texas Heroes grant of $500,000 to serve 15 clients for the 25-26 grant year. As of March 31st, 2026, Panhandle Community Services reported they utilized 49% of their budget, equaling $244,222 of the $500,000, and served 12 of the projected 15 clients, equaling 80% performance. The executive director approved their amendment request to extend their grant for 6 months, ending on February 28th, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant periods, Grants for Veteran Service recommends the commission make a motion to approve Panhandle Community Services amendment request for an additional $47,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 3 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions? We do have one person who signed up for public comment. Okay. I'll call up Ms. Audra Ray again.
Good morning again. On behalf of Panhandle Community Services, serving 26 Texas counties, covering 26,000 square miles, I am here today asking the Commission to grant our request for the full additional funding to continue making veterans' homes safer and allowing them to remain in their home longer. The Homes for Texas Heroes funding is vital to our region. The Panhandle has some of the oldest housing stock in the state, with the median year a home was built being in the 1960s. This funding provides critical home repairs that ensures our veterans' homes remain safe, healthy, and livable. Approval of this amendment and continued funding will allow PCS to continue assisting veterans with better quality of life and better living conditions while helping protect their health and safety. The reality is most of these veterans struggle to meet basic needs. They do not have the disposable income to make necessary home repairs, much less modifications. By pairing this funding with our weatherization program, PCS can make a significant improvement to the veteran's household and quality of life. Our utmost concern and present reality is that without this funding, veterans will go without services they deserve to continue to live independently. Again, PCS is incredibly grateful for our partnership with the Commission for many years. You have helped us improve living conditions and safety of our veterans, and in return, we have provided transparent, effective, and high-quality services. Our partnership simply must continue, or the veterans of our region will feel neglected and abandoned. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and again, thank you for your service to our country, and I will buy many scratch-offs as I travel home.
Thank you, Audra. Can you hold for a second? Any commissioners, any questions? Do you have a current updated numbers? I know this was from March 31st. How much have you spent? Do you know by chance?
I do not.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I do know we finished 3 additional homes in April, but I am not sure the amount of money. The weatherization director told me our money is going further because the homes have come in under budget this year and they've been able to better pair with weatherization, but she did not give me an actual updated number.
Okay, so as of March 31st, you served 12 out of the 15 projected. If you did 3 more in April, now you're up to the 15 of the 15 served, but just at a less of a cost. The additional funds, how many more clients do you think you'd be able to serve? Veterans, would you be able to serve?
I believe that they put in that we would serve 9 additional veterans.
Okay. And do you have a backlog of projects?
Yes, but I am not exactly sure what that number is. I know that we are doing them as quickly as the contractors can finish them.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve TVC's staff recommendation of an additional $47,000 Housing for Texas Heroes grant funding for Panhandle Community Services, grant year 25-26?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay, second from Commissioner Hernandez. So commissioners, do we want to try to give them more because of how the clients have, or you feel we should just go with staff recommendation?
I think the staff did a really good job in trying to do a good analysis with the information that they had at the time. And I think they've done a great job on all of these. I wouldn't mind going a little bit higher.
Okay. I don't think if we going to 86,000 would really cause too much problem later on with our other amendments. Okay. I have a motion to amend the motion to recommend funding Housing for Texas Heroes Panhandle Community Services for $86,000. Is there a second? Okay, thank you. Let's vote on my motion, my amendment, please. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. So now we're on the main motion, which is to approve the full amount of $86,000 for Panhandle Community Services grant year 25-26.
So moved.
It's already motioned. We're just going to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. So for the record, that was the full amount requested, which is $86,000. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, 5D7, which is action regarding Housing for Texas Heroes Rolling Plains Management Corporation grant amendment request to increase their grant year amount by $300,000. And I'll turn over to Irv.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, regarding the Rolling Plains Management Housing for Texas Heroes Amendment request for an additional $300,000 in grant funds. Rolling Plains Management Corporation was awarded a Housing for Texas Heroes grant of $200,000 to serve 10 clients for the 25-26 grant year. As of March 31st, 2026, Rolling Plains Management Corporation reported they had utilized 71% of their budget, or $142,333 of the $200,000, and served 11 of the projected 10 clients, equaling 110% performance. The executive director approved their amendment request to extend their grant for 6 months ending February 28th, 2027. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate and the extended grant period, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the commission make a motion to approve Rolling Plains Management Corporation amendment request for an additional $121,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 8 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions.
Thank you, Irv. I do not have anyone that has signed up to speak on this agenda item. I know we have people here. Would you like to speak, Ms. Deborah? Okay, I will let you speak. We could follow up with the form afterwards. Thank you.
I apologize for the mess up. I think I tried it twice. And so
Yeah, I think you picked the same agenda twice. I did notice that, so I assumed.
Nerves
Right.
here. Okay. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak just quickly. As Audra mentioned, we're a very similar organization. We're highly rural. We cover a lot of area. The veterans we serve don't have a lot of options. But for our Housing for Texas Heroes grant, we were first awarded $200,000 for 10 homes. We have done 11 as of March, and we're going to be finishing up 4 more, which is going to completely exhaust all of our direct services fund this month. The good and the bad is that obviously we're not going to be getting a grant for the coming year, a new grant, but I have a very passionate construction manager in that program, and he already has 29 veterans on his list waiting. That's going to estimate just the labor and materials alone for those 29 homes is going to be, he estimates to be about $250,000. But I appreciate the proposed 8 families to be assisted. We have 29 on the list right now, and I would respectfully ask you to consider raising that to the full request. We're serving 28 counties. There's a lot of space, a lot of veterans, and we don't want to have to turn and tell them no. But I appreciate your time, and thank you for everything you've done for us.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any questions? Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve TVC's staff recommendation of an additional $121,000 for Housing for Texas Heroes grant year funding for Rolling Plains Management Corporation? Grant year 25-26.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay. Any discussion, commissioners? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so I believe that covers all of the amendments that included a grant period extension. We've been here for about an hour and a half. I'm going to recommend we take a short break and return at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. So we are currently on break until 10 a.m. Couple more minutes. Let everyone take their seats. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started again. I wanted to take a moment there for the finance team to bring us a quick update on how much money we had awarded in that last agenda item. If you want to bring up Michelle, thank you.
Good morning again. For the record, my name is Michelle Nall, the Chief Financial Officer for the Texas Veterans Commission. At this time, we awarded $664, so the new number is $41,966,142.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll call you back up in a little bit. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 5E, which is action regarding the Fund for Veteran Assistance Grant Year 25-26 grant amendments regarding additional funding without a grant award extension. First item is 5E1, which is action regarding Veteran Treatment Court Montgomery County grant amendment request for an additional amount of $69,000. And I'll turn this over to Irv.
Yes, ma'am. Again, for the record, my name is Irv Leos Jr., Grants for Veteran Services Director. For item E, I will be presenting the Funds for Veteran Assistance Grant Year 25-26 grant amendment seeking additional funding to complete the current grant period ending August 31st, 2026. Again, this information is provided for your review in folder labeled E, Fund for Veterans Assistance Grant Year 25-26 grant amendments. This folder contains the following documents for the 20 grants requesting additional funding. The first document is the amendment request form. The second document is the consideration summary. The total requesting additional funding by these 20 grants is $1.253 million. These amendments are before the commission because they involve an increase to the grant award, which requires commission approval. Grants for Veteran Services has reviewed the reported expenditures by each grant over the past 9 months and calculated the monthly average expenditure rate and provided the commissioners with a recommendation for each FY 25-26 grantee. Commissioners can refer to these documents in the following additional information folder. Again, regarding the Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Court amendment request for an additional $69,000 in grant funds. Montgomery County was awarded a Veterans Treatment Court grant for $255,000 to serve 52 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Again, starting July 1st, 2025 and ending August 31st, 2026. As of March 31st, 2026, Montgomery County reported they had utilized 60% of their budget, $175,644 of the $255,000 and served 60 of the projected 52 clients, equaling 115% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the commission make a motion to approve the Montgomery County amendment request for an additional $23,000 in grants funding to serve an additional 5 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. And I do not have anyone that has signed up to speak on this topic. Am I missing anyone for that? Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Wright.
A real simple question. Some of these are highlighted in different colors. I can't find a code for the colors on mine. Is there any significance to it?
Commissioner, those are highlighted in separate colors because they have multiple grants. So the organization has multiple grants.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, commissioners? Do I hear a motion to approve TVC staff recommendation of an additional $23,000 Veteran Treatment Court grant funding for Montgomery County grant year 25-26?
So moved.
I hear a motion from Commissioner Dale and a second by Commissioner Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item, 5E2. Action regarding Housing for Texas Heroes, Zapata County, grant amendment request to increase grant year 25-26 amount by an additional $65,000.
Again, commissioners, agenda item considering Zapata County Veterans County Service Office Housing for Texas Heroes amendment request for an additional $65,000 in grant funding. Zapata County Veterans County Service Office was awarded a Housing for Texas Heroes grant for $400,000 to serve 34 clients for the 25-26 grant period. As of March 31st, 2026, Zapata County reported they had utilized 90% of their budget, or $361,876 of the $400,000, and served 28 of the projected 34 clients, equaling 82% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the commission make a motion to approve the Zapata County Veterans County Service Office amendment request for an additional $65,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 3 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, commissioners.
Any questions? We do have several people who signed up to speak on this agenda item. First is Sam Perez. And he says in person. Oh, there you are. Okay. Thank you.
Hello and good morning, Madam Chair, Commission. My name is Samuel Perez Jr. I'm here representing Hidalgo County. I'm also the president of the Texas County Association for VSOs. I'm here advocating for our Housing for Texas Heroes grant. We got off on a slow start, given that we are government and we have to work with 3 different agencies within our government for a project to take sale. So we got on track with our grant, and currently we are at 50% of what our grant expenditures should be for our client services. Hopefully by next month, we'll be at 75%. We have reached 6 homes out of the 8 homes that we wanted to assist. So we just need 2 more homes, but we have a backlog of 48 veterans in dire need. It's just, again, working with our county government, and this goes for all county VSOs. It is difficult with all of the red tape to work with the auditors, the treasurers, and the budget. However, we found a way. We found our key components so our grant could, like I said, take sale, and we could administer this grant to all the veterans in need in South Texas. We are, after all, the 7th largest county in Texas. We are here representing South Texas, and we are advocating for our Housing for Texas Heroes grant so we could assist our veterans in this endeavor. I'm not too sure, Madam Chair, if I could speak on our peer support grant.
Is that the financial assistance one? That's the next one that wanted the amendment?
No amendments for, or am I on the amendment for that? Because I did submit 2 amendments, but it wasn't for additional funding.
Okay, so I have you speaking for this one. And then if you want to speak on a new grant for next year, you can go ahead and sign up for that agenda item too. I'll call you back up.
Yes, that's actually the one I had signed up for.
Okay.
Madam Chair, is for the new grants. Our current grants are working fine. We're not asking for additional funds or additional time.
Well, we do have 2 requests.
Okay.
This request is for the current year's Housing for Texas Heroes for $65,000 more. And then we also, the next agenda item is for Zapata County to get an additional $30,000 for this year for financial assistance. So,
understood. So this is for Zapata County. So they got the wrong Sam.
Yeah.
Do they also have a Sam Perez over there?
You must have clicked the wrong one. No, you
okay.
clicked this agenda item. So,
all right.
We will call you back up. Why don't you go
Sounds good,
talk
Madam
to
Chair.
Samantha? We can fix that. So, well, thank you for speaking on that. We'll call you back up. Adolfo or Gonzalez. Is it Pope? Is that what you want? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Colonel Palladino. For a moment there, I thought Sam was going to advocate for Zapata County. I was so excited. But I'm here for additional funding for our Texas Homes for Heroes grant. We've used up our money. We're very close towards the end, and we've got some projects slated. And we would like for you all to consider allowing us additional funding. I also have the next item, which is, I don't know if you want me to talk on it that way.
You could speak on both right now, and then we'll remember what you have to say.
For the second one, it's for the general assistance grant that we're asking for an additional $30,000. And like this one, we have already used up all our money. I think on that one is 100%, and we've exceeded the number of clients. So we respectfully request for you all to consider additional funding for Zapata County. If there's no other questions.
Thank you.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
questions? Okay. Appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And we had one other person sign up, which is Robert McVoy. Okay, can you please have him come up and fix his submission? Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Do I hear a motion to approve the Housing for Texas Heroes Zapata County Grant Year 2526 amendment request for an additional $65,000?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E3, which is action regarding the General Assistance Zapata County Grant Amendment request to increase their grant year 25-26 amount by an additional $30,000. And Irv, if you do a quick overview, and I know we already heard the public comment on this.
Yes, ma'am. Again, Zapata County Veterans County Service Officer was awarded a general assistance grant for $200,000 to serve 85 clients for the 25-26 grant year. As of March, they had reported they had utilized 87% of their budget, $174,000 of the $200,000, and served 189 of the projected 185 clients, equaling 102%. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Zapata County's Veterans County Service Office amendment request for an additional $30,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 30 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance Zapata County Grant Year 25-26 amendment request for an additional $30,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so I heard a motion from Commissioner Dale, a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E4, which is action regarding service dog program for veterans, canine companions for independence, grant amendment requests to increase their grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $100,000. And I'll have Irv give an overview, please.
Yes, ma'am. Again, this Commissioners, regarding Canine Companions for Independence, Veterans Mental Health Amendment requesting for an additional $100,000 in grants. Canine Companions for Independence was awarded a Veterans Mental Health grant for $350,000 to serve 7 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides trained service dogs for veterans diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, and military sexual trauma. As of March 31st, 2026, Canine Companions for Independence reported they had utilized 100% of their budgeted $350,000 and served 7 of the projected 7 clients, equaling 100% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Canine Companions for Independence amendment request for an additional $100,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 2 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. We do have one person who signed up to speak, and I apologize in advance. Is Marari Abala?
Good morning, Commissioners. We are from Canine Companions. My name is Ismarari. I'm a grant specialist, part of our philanthropy team. And with me is Mackenzie, one of our certified trainers. And with her is Wicket, one of our service dogs in training, who is being trained specifically to be placed with a veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder. We wanted to first say thank you for recognizing the need and benefits of service dogs for veterans and establishing the Service Dog Pilot Program, and for your support of Canine Companions over the last 3 years. We also wanted to take a moment to do a very quick demonstration in case you have not had the chance to see in person some of the skills that our dogs are able to perform to provide daily long-term support to veterans. So these are going to be some of the most commonly used skills by our veteran clients. So the first skill is behind, which helps create a barrier and distance in crowded public situations that may cause anxiety for an individual with PTSD. And it can also be used as front to create a space and barrier in the front. The next skill is retrieving, and in this case, the command is specifically going to be meds to help get any needed medication to the handler. The next skill is anxiety interruption. So the dog will notice a sign of anxiety with the scratching of the leg and nudges the handler with his nose to interrupt the behavior, which can then be followed by a skill like visit to provide support. And then the last skill we will show today is recovery. So for example, if a person is having a nightmare, the dog will come lay across their lap to wake them up and provide deep pressure therapy, and allowing the handler to love on them, helping to ground them out of the nightmare and recover from it. Our dogs can learn over 45 skills, so these were just a few examples, again, of the ones most commonly used by our veteran clients. And I would also like to note that each dog's skills can be customized to best support the veteran. So for example, if their sign of anxiety is usually picking at their nails, the dog will be taught to respond to that for anxiety interruption to best support their specific needs. And I would like to close by reading a small snippet of one of our veteran clients' stories who was able to be placed with a service dog, thank you to support from Texas Veterans Commission. April describes living with PTSD like a prison in her head, but Service Dog Rhapsody is helping her finally regain her freedom. Now I'm eager to think outside of my box, she says. I'm thinking of things I can do instead of feeling like everything's impossible. Thank you for your time and your support again.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions? No. Thank you so much for that demonstration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve the Service Dog Program for Veterans Canine Companions for Independence Grant Year 2526 amendment request for an additional $100,000 in grant funding? So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 5E5, which is action regarding Housing for Texas Heroes, Operation Finally Home, grant amendment request to increase the grant amount by an additional $150,000. And Irv, I'll turn that over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Again, Commissioners, regarding Operation Finally Home, Housing for Texas Heroes, amendment request for an additional $150,000. Operation Finally Home was awarded a Housing for Texas Heroes grant for $350,000 to serve 9 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides home modifications and repairs to low-income veterans and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, 2026, Operation Finally Home reported they had utilized 65% of their budget, $228,000 of the $350,000, and served 11 of the projected 9 clients, equaling 122% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the Operation Finally Home amendment request for an additional $150,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 5 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. And I do not have anyone that has signed up for this agenda item. Just want to confirm. Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the Housing for Texas Heroes Operation Finally Home Grant Year 2526 amendment request for an additional $150,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E6, which is action regarding Housing for Texas Heroes Meals on Wheels San Antonio grant amendment request to increase the grant amount by an additional $100,000. And I'll turn this over to Irv.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, again, regarding Meals on Wheels San Antonio Housing for Texas Heroes amendment request for an additional $100,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio was awarded a Housing for Texas Heroes grant for $200,000 to serve 13 clients for the 25-26 grant period. This program, again, provides home modification and repairs to low-income veterans and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, Meals on Wheels San Antonio reported they had utilized 83% of their budget, or $165,000 of the $200,000, and served 22 of the projected 13 clients, equaling 169% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the commission make a motion to approve the Meals on Wheels San Antonio amendment request for an additional $62,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 5 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Any questions? I do have one person who has signed up to speak. Miss Kim Moyers, are you here? She's not here. Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Is there a reason why we didn't? I'm looking at this this grant. This same exact grant was so the current year's grant is $200,000. They're asking for $100,000, which would bring the current year's grant to $300,000.
Correct.
And we have for next year's grant, the one we'll talk about later, they have been recommended for the full $300,000. So at least that's what it says in here. So is there a reason why we can't just give them the $100,000? I think the difference between $100,000 and $62,000 is minor, especially when it comes to housing.
Ma'am, just that calculation, our recommendation was based on the 9-month expenditure. So there's nothing. Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm considering before presenting the motion to do the full amount of $100,000, just because it will bring up to $300,000, and they are already recommended next year for $300,000 by the advisory committee. With that, do I hear a motion to approve TVC's staff amendment request recommendation for an additional $62,000 of Housing for Texas Heroes grant funding for Meals on Wheels San Antonio grant year?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay. All righty. So now that we're talking about the motion, I'm questioning whether we just make it $100,000. I don't see that small amount mattering that much, and it will match kind of easy progression for next year's grant if we go with the FVA advisory committee. So I move to amend the motion to grant $100,000 to Meals on Wheels San Antonio for Texas for housing for Texas Heroes. Do I have a second? Okay.
So we can talk about that now.
Now let's talk about it. Yes.
I don't disagree. However, I mean, when we start looking at a lot of the folks who were not funded, we actually are getting pretty tight on funds. But I mean, they've been meeting their requirements. I'm more inclined to go with the staff's recommendation to get them through, to give them something. I know it's not a lot, but I don't know. I get concerned that there's going to be a lot of folks cut out with, 20 or 30 or, versus getting zero.
Yeah. And I think even if we go with the full advisory recommendation, we still would have 2.9 million. Now it's probably 2.8 million. We haven't really gone into that above the advisory amount to give additional grants if needed.
Yeah, our VCOs alone are going to be 1.8 if we tried to fund them.
Yeah. Let me take a look at the needs assessment. Let me look at the needs for that region. So Alamo region, the top need is clinical counseling, followed by non-clinical mental health services and pro bono legal services. But South Texas region does have Housing for Texas Heroes as their number one need. So I can go either way. But I think at the end of the day, $40-some thousand is not going to matter. And we can kind of go over even a little bit. We still have a few $1 million in our contingency fund that our dollars are based off of. Any other discussion on the amendment to the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed?
Nay.
No.
Commissioner Hernandez, do you have a vote on the? Nay. Okay. So motion fails. So let's go back to the original motion. The original motion is to fund at $62,000 for Meals on Wheels San Antonio Housing for Texas Heroes. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Thank you for that discussion. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 5E7, which is action regarding Veteran Mental Health Anger Solutions Network Grants Amendment request to increase grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $25,000. And I'll ask Irv to give us an overview, please.
Yes, ma'am. Again, regarding the Anger Solutions Network Veterans Mental Health Amendment request for $25,000. Anger Solutions Network was awarded a Veterans Mental Health grant for $30,000 to serve 240 clients for the 25-26 grant period. This program provides anger and stress management via a certified peer support specialist. As of March 31st, 2026, Anger Solutions Network reported they had utilized 67% of their budget, or $20,000 of the $30,000, and served 105 of the projected 240 clients, equaling 44% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grant for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the Anger Solutions Network amendment request for an additional $6,000 in grant funding and to serve an additional 6 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve TVC's staff recommendation for an additional $6,000 of veteran mental health grant funding for Anger Solutions Network grant year 25-26?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, and I have a second for Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item, 5E8, to action regarding Veteran Mental Health Family Service Center of Galveston County grant amendment request to increase their 25-26 grant amount by an additional $52,000. And Irv, can you please give an overview?
Yes, ma'am. Again, Commissioners, regarding Family Services Center of Galveston County Mental Health Amendment requesting for an additional $52,000. Family Services Center of Galveston County was awarded a Veterans Mental Health grant for $100,000 to serve 93 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides clinical counseling to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, 2026, Family Services Center of Galveston County reported they had utilized 100% of their budget and served 129 of the projected 93 clients, equaling 138% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the Family Services Center of Galveston County amendment request for an additional $52,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 45 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Any questions? I have not seen anyone sign up for this agenda item. Is that correct? Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the Veteran Mental Health Family Service Center of Galveston County grant year 25-26 amendment request for an additional $52,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
And you have a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5E9. This will be action regarding Veteran Mental Health Pecan Valley MHMR grant amount request to increase the grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $83,000. And Irv, if you can please give us an overview.
Yes, ma'am. Again, Commissioners, regarding Pecan Valley MHMR Region Veterans Mental Health Amendment request for $83,000 in grant funding. Pecan Valley MHMR Region was awarded a VMH grant for $350,000 to serve 105 clients for the 25-26 grant period. This program provides clinical counseling to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, 2026, Pecan Valley MHMR Region reported they had utilized 60% of their budget, or $210,000 of the $350,000, and served 144 of the projected 105 clients, equaling 137% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Pecan Valley MHMR Veterans Mental Health Grant maintain the current grant funding for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions? Yes. Commissioner Wright.
I guess I'm a little bit confused. They've spent how much? As we get into the middle of this, it's hard to roll up and down through the Excel spreadsheet. Well, they've only expended 60%. Never mind. Sorry, I don't have a question.
Any others? Do I hear a motion to approve staff's recommendation to keep the Veteran Mental Health Pecan Valley MHMR grant funding unchanged?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E10, which is action regarding Veteran Mental Health West Texas Counseling and Guidance, Inc. grant amount request to increase the grant amount by additional $60,000. Now turn it over to you, Irv.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, again, regarding West Texas Counseling and Guidance Veterans Mental Health Amendment request for an additional $60,000. West Texas Counseling and Guidance was awarded a Veterans Mental Health grant for $500,000 to serve 635 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides clinical counseling to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, 26, West Texas Counseling and Guidance reported they had utilized 99% of their budget and served 482 of the projected 635 clients, equaling 76% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the West Texas Counseling and Guidance Amendment request for an additional $60,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 105 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the Veteran Mental Health West Texas Counseling Guidance, Inc. grant year 25-26 amendment request for an additional $60,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Wright, a second from Commissioner Dale. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 5E11. This is action regarding general assistance, Bandera County Committee on Aging grant amendment request to increase their grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $50,000. And I will ask, Joanna, are you coming up for this?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. My name is Joanna Orozco. I'm the Operations Manager for the Grants for Veteran Services. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioners' consideration regarding Bandera County Commission on Aging General Assistance Amendment request for an additional $50,000 in grant funds. Bandera County Commission on Aging was awarded a general assistance grant for $350,000 to serve 150 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides critical financial assistance through rent, mortgage, utility, and vehicle repair assistance to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, 2026, Bandera County Commission on Aging reported they have utilized 79% of their budget, or $275,230 of the $350,000, and served 145 of the projected 150 clients, equaling 97%. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the Bandera County Commission on Aging amendment request for an additional $50,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 25 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance Bandera County Committee on Aging Grant Year 2526 Amendment Request for an additional $50,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is 5E12, which is action regarding general assistance City of El Paso grant amendment request to increase the grant year 2526 grant amount by an additional $37,000. And Joanna, you'll be presenting this as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioner's consideration regarding City of El Paso General Assistance Amendment, request for an additional $37,000 in grant funds. City of El Paso was awarded a general assistance grant for $120,000 to serve 650 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides transportation assistance via bus passes through the Sun Metro Mass Transit to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, 2026, City of El Paso reported they have utilized 75% of their budget, or $90,320 of the $120,000, and served 799 of the projected 650 clients, equaling 123% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the City of El Paso amendment request for an additional $25,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 68 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. I do have one person who has signed up to speak on this agenda item, and Mr. Anthony DeKaiser.
Excellent. Good morning, Madam Chair, chair members. Thank you for having us all here today to present our good causes that helps our veterans. My name is Anthony DeKaiser, Colonel retired, 33-year multiple combat veteran, and director of Sun Metro. I just want to take a moment to recognize the impact that this grant has on our community. It provides freedom. It provides freedom of movement. It allows veterans to ride throughout the city free of charge. For many veterans, this is far more than just transportation. It's a lifeline. It gives veterans the ability to go to doctor's appointments, hospitals, work, grocery store, and other essential destinations. For hundreds of veterans in El Paso, it is their primary means of transportation. Many of the veterans are dealing with ongoing health conditions, disabilities, and other challenges connected to their service. This program ensures, again, the freedom of movement. Without this transportation, many of those services would simply become out of reach. It provides freedom of movement, independence, dignity, and the quality of life. It allows veterans to move through the city with the same freedom as the rest of the citizens. Can you imagine waking up and not having any transportation to get to where you need to go? How would you get to work? How'd you get to the doctor? How would you even get to the grocery store to get food and feed your family? Without it, hundreds of veterans and their families would just be absent of transportation. Without it, secondary and tertiary effects would be the lack of freedom of movement to essential requirements just to survive. It enhances daily lives, it strengthens the connection to the community, and helps ensure they live a productive and healthy life. We are grateful for your continued support. We are grateful for the investment being made. We are grateful for you partnering with Sun Metro. It's important. It changes lives. El Paso thanks you for what you're doing, for partnering with us and making this happen so our veterans can get to the essential services they need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve TVC staff recommendation for an additional $25,000 grad general assistance grant funding for the City of El Paso grant year 2526?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to amend your motion to fully fund the city of El Paso.
To $37,000?
Yes.
Is that what the request was?
It's another additional $12,000 from staff recommendation.
Okay, so to amend to award an additional $37,000 by $25,000.
That is correct.
Yep. So do we have a second to the motion to amend?
Second.
Second.
Okay. We have a second from Commissioner Dale. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. So now we'll vote on the main motion. We have the amended motion, which is so the motion on the table is adding $37,000 to the general assistant grant funding for the city of El Paso. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E8, which is action regarding, 13. Action regarding general assistance Easter Seals of Greater Houston grant amount request for an additional grant year 25-26, the amount of $48,000. And Joanna, you'll be presenting this as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Joanna Roscoe with the Grants for Veteran Services. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioner's consideration regarding Easter Seals Greater Houston General Assistance Amendment request for an additional $48,000 in grant funds. Easter Seals Greater Houston was awarded a general assistance grant for $75,000 to serve 50 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides critical financial assistance through rent, mortgage, groceries, and utility assistance to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, 2026, Easter Seals Greater Houston reported they have utilized 80% of their budget, or $58.5 thousand of $75,000, and served 61 of the projected 50 clients, equaling 128% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grant for Veteran Services recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Easter Seals of Greater Houston amendment request for an additional $21,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 15 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Commissioners, any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve TVC's grant staff recommendation for an additional $21,000 general assistance Easter Seals of Greater Houston grant year 25-26?
So moved.
I heard Commissioner Hernandez move and a second from Commissioner Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Next, we have agenda item 5E14, which is action regarding general assistance Fort Bend County grant amendment request to increase the grant year 25-26 amount by an additional $12,000. I'll ask Joanna to present this as well.
Thank you, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commission's consideration regarding Fort Bend County General Assistance Amendment request for an additional $12,000 in grant funds. Fort Bend County was awarded a general assistance grant for $50,000 to serve 38 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides critical financial assistance through rent, mortgage, and utility assistance to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, 2026, Fort Bend County reported they have utilized 98% of their budget, or over $49,000 of the $50,000, and served 31 of the projected 38 clients, equaling 81% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Fort Bend County amendment request for an additional $12,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 10 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Commissioners, any questions?
No.
Do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance Fort Bend County Grant Year 25-26 amendment request for an additional $12,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. On to the next agenda item, General Assistance Houston Area Urban League Grant Amendment Request for a grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $50,000. And Joanna?
Thank you. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioner's consideration regarding Houston Area Urban League General Assistance Amendment Request for an additional $50,000 in grant funds. Houston Area Urban League was awarded a general assistance grant for $200,000 to serve 110 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides critical financial assistance through mortgage, groceries, and restorative dental care to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, 2026, Houston Area Urban League reported they have utilized 67% of their budget, or $134.9 thousand of the $200,000, serving 41 of the projected 110 clients, equaling 37% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Houston Area Urban League Amendment request for an additional $15,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 15 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. I didn't have anyone sign up for this agenda item. Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve TVC staff recommendation for an additional $15,000 for general assistance grant funding for Houston Area Urban League grant year 25-26?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Next is agenda item for general assistance Meals on Wheels San Antonio grant amendment request to increase the grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $100,000. And Joanna, I'll ask you to give this report.
Yes, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioner's consideration regarding Meals on Wheels San Antonio General Assistance Amendment request for an additional $100,000 in grant funds. Meals on Wheels San Antonio was awarded a general assistance grant for $300,000 to serve 150 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides low-income veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses with home delivery meals, friendly visits, and safety checks. As of March 31st, 2026, Meals on Wheels San Antonio reported they have utilized 83% of their budget, or $247,000 of their $300,000, and served 210 of the projected 150 clients, equaling 140% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve Meals on Wheels San Antonio amendment request for an additional $90,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 27 for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. Any questions? I do have one person who has signed up to speak virtually, Mr. Forrest Main, or Miss Forrest Main.
Common mistake. Hi, I'm Forrest Mayan from Meals on Wheels San Antonio. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. We're so grateful for the many-year partnership with the Texas Veterans Commission that's allowed us to serve hundreds of seniors across South Central Texas. We are requesting additional funding in order to maintain the current clients that we have receiving meals through TVC funding, as well as add additional ones. With the extension of the grant year this year, we're awarded the same amount of money. So in order to maintain folks, we're asking for additional assistance. Otherwise, we might have to suspend services to some of these folks until the new grant year starts in September. So we appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? I appreciate you attending virtually.
Thank you.
With that, Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve TVC staff recommendation for an additional $90,000 general assistant grant funding for Meals on Wheels San Antonio grant year 25-26?
So moved.
Do I have a second? A second from Commissioner Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E17, is action regarding the General Assistance Pecan Valley MHMR grant amendment request to increase grant year 25-26 grant amount by $100,000. And Joanna, you'll present this.
Yes, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commission's consideration regarding Pecan Valley MHMR Region General Assistance Amendment request for an additional $100,000 in grant funds. Pecan Valley MHMR Region was awarded a general assistance grant for $350,000 to serve 165 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides critical financial assistance through rent, mortgage, and utility assistance to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, 2026, Pecan Valley MHMR Region reported they have utilized 53% of their budget, or $186,000 of $350,000, and served 234 of the projected 165 clients, equaling 142% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends that Pecan Valley MHMR General Assistance Grants receives the current grant funding for 25-26 grant period. Maintains the current grant funding for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. And I believe we have one person online, Mr. Joshua Morrison, who would like to speak on this agenda item.
Hello, can you hear me? There I am.
Yes,
can everyone hear me?
And see you. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I know I signed up for later, but I added this when I noticed the numbers were incorrect. As of March 31st on our veteran mental health program, we have expended $291,745. In our general assistance fund, we have expended $269,792. I'm not sure where the numbers came from that Irv and Joanna were sharing, but those numbers I just gave you are direct from Flux through March 31st. So that's why I signed up to speak, because as you can see, we are going to exhaust the veteran mental health grant this month. And we are probably going to exhaust the GA grant in the next month and a half or so. The extended grant period, coupled with the higher cost of living, especially for our veterans in a highly rural, geographically dispersed area where we are the only provider, has created undue hardship on those veterans. And I don't think we can continue, we can't fill this gap with the donated funds that we receive from the general population throughout the year. So I would respectfully ask you to reconsider both of those items based off of the actual funds expended from Flux. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Let me ask a question of Joanna. Is there a discrepancy? Was that an update after you pulled? As far as this expenditures?
Ma'am, that data is pulled in a combination between our grant officer and the staff for the grantee, and they submit that document and it is signed by one of their leadership. In particular, I believe it's the executive director. Yes, ma'am. Executive Director.
The number you have presented to us, which is expended $186,000, is what was signed by the Executive Director?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for addressing that. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Wright.
It may be a little bit more of a comment. In this case, we are specifically discussing the financial assistance grant, and I will throw this out there. There are multiple organizations that are providing financial assistance statewide. So if you do in fact run out of money, you can tap into some of those. And that's more of a general comment for everybody. So it was really just a qualifying statement that way, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of it. But in this case, we are specifically talking the general financial assistance grant.
Understood. And next time I'll just sign up to speak on all three. So I appreciate that. I do have the signed documents here that I'm willing to share by my executive director with the amounts that I've stated.
Tom, how do you want to handle this?
Or I can email them to somebody if you would prefer, but I do want an accurate representation of our organization and the efforts we've made this year. My team works very hard to cover 4,500 square miles of rural Texas, which is incredibly difficult. And I just want a fair shake is all. So I apologize for hijacking the meeting. I will mute at this time.
No, I appreciate you speaking. Commissioners, what I recommend is that we table this discussion for later in the agenda. Give staff some time to evaluate that document. Please email to Irv and Joanna the documents you're referring to, and we'll come back to agenda item 17 or 5E17 when staff is available. Okay. Commissioners, are we all in alignment with that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you speaking up. Okay. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 5E18, which is action regarding general assistance project MEND grant amendment request to increase grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $24,000. I will ask Joanna also to speak on this one.
Yes, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commission's consideration regarding Project MEND General Assistance Amendment request for an additional $24,000 in grant funds. Project MEND was awarded a general assistance grant for $175,000 to serve 292 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides low-income veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses with assistive technology equipment. As of March 31st, 2026, Project MEND reported they have utilized 63% of their budget, or $109.9 thousand of a $175,000 grant, and served 267 of the projected 292 clients, equaling 94% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Project MEND General Assistance Grant maintains the current grant funding for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. Any questions, commissioners? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve staff's recommendation to keep the 25-26 grant amount for Project MEND unchanged?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is agenda item 5E. What is that? 18? No, 19. San Antonio Food Bank grant amendment request to increase grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $18,000. And I'll ask Joanna to present this.
Thank you, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commissioner's consideration regarding San Antonio Food Bank General Assistance Amendment Request for an additional $18,000 in grant funds. San Antonio Food Bank was awarded a General Assistance grant for $50,000 to serve 42 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides food and hygiene pantry services to homeless veterans. As of March 31st, 2026, San Antonio Food Bank reported they have utilized 82% of their budget, or $41.2 thousand of $50,000, and served 105 of the projected 42 clients, equaling 250% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the San Antonio Food Bank amendment request for an additional $18,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 16 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Commissioners, any questions? We do have one person who signed up to speak virtually, Mr. Mario Bldg. Is Mario online?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hopefully y'all can hear me and see me well. For the record, my name is Mario Bldg Jr. I'm Chief of Government and Public Affairs at the San Antonio Food Bank, and Chairwoman and Commissioners, on behalf of Eric Cooper, our President and CEO, just thank you for the leadership that you provide to this great state when you talk about veterans and their families. For us, we cover 29 counties in Southwest Texas. We go all the way up to San Angelo and all the way down to Crystal City. We're in Uvalde and New Braunfels and everywhere in between. We are part of the country safety net. That's 200 food banks across the country feeding America. And in our great state of Texas, Feeding Texas, our state association. So do know that all 254 counties are covered by a food bank service territory. And the support that y'all have been providing to us to help veterans in need is incredible. We've seen the feedback in terms of the reaction when veterans and their families are receiving food from us and receiving nourishment. Veterans have taken care of us for so many years in times of need and disaster, and it's time to take care of them. And so we're going to do everything we can to do that. The support and the funds that you give us help us do just that. And so really today, just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for all the support you give us and to the veterans in our state of Texas.
Thank you. Thank you for dialing in. Commissioners, any additional questions? Commissioner Wright, is this of Joanna?
Is Mario still there?
Mario, can you turn your video back on, please?
Or as long as he can hear us, that's good. I'm going to go a little off the wall with my question. Do you grow any of your own food?
So thank you, Commissioner. Great question. And yes, we do. We're big into farm and ag and sustainability. And we do farm here on our main campus in San Antonio, 23 plus acres. And then we have been farming 50 plus acres on the Mission Reach South in partnership with the National Park Service at Mission San Juan. So
thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve the General Assistance San Antonio Food Bank Grant Year 25-26 Grant Amendment Request for additional $18,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is 5E20, which is action regarding the General Assistance Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation Grant Amendment Request to increase grant year 25-26 grant amount by an additional $80,000. And Joanna, you'll be presenting this.
Thank you, ma'am. This agenda item is presented for the Commission's consideration regarding Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation Amendment Request for an additional $80,000 in grant funds. Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation was awarded a General Assistance grant for $250,000 to serve 250 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides critical financial assistance through rent, mortgage, and utility assistance to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, 2026, the National Guard, the Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation reported they have utilized 82% of their budget, or $204,000 of $250,000, and served 228 of the projected 250 clients, equaling 91% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, GVS recommends the Commission make a motion to approve the Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation amendment request for an additional $73,000 in grant funding to serve an additional 68 clients for the 25-26 grant period.
Thank you, Joanna. Any questions? I do not have anyone who signed up to speak on this agenda item. So, Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve TVC staff recommendation for an additional $73,000 general assistant grant funding for Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation grant year 25-26?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, so motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so staff, before we move on, we're going to take a break because we're going to go right into the next section. Wanted to check Michelle for the dollar amount and then get an update from Irv on that one agenda item if you need more time.
No, we have the update, ma'am.
Okay, so you want to do that right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back to that agenda item. So this would be agenda item. It would be E5. I mean, yeah, no, 5E17, Pecan Valley MHMR region. Okay, Irv?
Yes, ma'am. Again, Pecan Valley's MHR region general assistance amendment requesting an additional $100,000 in grant funds. Again, Pecan Valley MHMR region was awarded a general assistance grant for $350,000 to serve 165 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Again, this program provides critical financial assistance through mortgage, rent, utility assistance to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses facing financial hardship. As of March 31st, Pecan Valley Regional MHMR reported they had utilized 77% of the $250,000 or $269,792 and served 94 clients, equaling 57%. Based on the monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends the Pecan Valley MHR General Assistance Grant receive $100,000 in additional grant fund for the remaining 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Irvin. I appreciate you going back and taking a look at that. Commissioners, any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve staff's recommendation to increase the grant year 25-26 grant amount for General Assistance Pecan Valley MHMR grant by $100,000?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion on this? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so now I'll call up Michelle to give us an update on the finances, and then we will take a quick break for 5 minutes, and then we will go right into the new grants, and we'll start with the advisory committee recommendations in our.
For the record, my name is Michelle Naw, the Texas Veterans Commission Chief Financial Officer, and whoops, hold on, my thing got underneath my. So you have approved a total of $1,628,000 in additional grant awards for the 2025-26 grant period. Therefore, our balance as of right now is $41,002,142, $41,002,142.
And that includes the 100,000 we just voted on. Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, we will take a 5-minute break. Let's make it quick. Give everybody a chance to do a quick bio break, and then we'll come back and do our new grant requests. Started. Commissioner Wright, are we ready? Okay, it's brought to my attention by staff that the numbers provided to the commissioners for agenda item 5E9 was also incorrect. So they have an updated recommendation. So commissioners, I would like to reconsider item 5E9, Veteran Mental Health Grant for Pecan Valley MHMR region. Any concerns about readdressing?
No concerns.
Okay. So Irv, if you please present updated recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, again, considering regarding Pecan Valley MHMR Region Veterans Mental Health Amendment request for an additional $103,000 in grant funds. Pecan Valley MHMR Region was awarded a VMH grant for $350,000 to serve 105 clients for the 25-26 grant year. This program provides clinical counseling to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. As of March 31st, 2026, Pecan Valley MHMR Region reported they had utilized 83% of their budget, or $291,745 of the $358,000, and served 145 of the projected 105 clients, equaling 138% performance. Based on the current monthly expenditure rate, Grants for Veteran Services recommends Pecan Valley MHR Veterans Mental Health Grant for an additional $103,000 to serve an additional 75 clients for the 25-26 grant period. Pending your questions, commissioners.
I have a question. I didn't think that's how much they asked for. Didn't they only ask for $83,000?
Ma'am, there were several forms that were submitted by the grantee, and the ones that I had received had different verifying in influx. It's in the form. The last form that was submitted is for $103,000.
Got it. So there was just multiple forms. So the request that they have submitted is $103,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are recommending 103?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Wright.
And what did we approve last go round?
We approved no funding.
No fun. Okay.
Any questions? With that, commissioners, do I hear a motion to award Veteran Mental Health Pecan Valley MHMR grant amendment request of an increase of $103,000 for grant year 25-26?
So moved.
Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Dale. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, staff, for relooking into that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we're moving on to agenda item F, which is the recommendations for the fiscal year 2027 Fund for Veterans Assistance Grants. How we will be approaching this is we will first be having we will go through each category and review what is recommended by the advisory committee and vote on those first. And then we will have the people speak at that time. And then after we've reviewed all of the advisory committee's recommendations and take action on those, if we have money left available, we will then go back through categories and assess if we want to adjust any grants amounts or grant anything else. So we will go ahead and get started. I'll turn over to Irv, and then I also ask the advisory committee chairs to come up as well and sit down.
Yes, ma'am. Again, thank you, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Mr. Palladino. For the record, my name is Irv Leos Jr., Director of Grants for Veteran Services. For this agenda item, I am presenting the Funds for Veterans Assistance FY27 grant application seeking funding for the upcoming grant period starting September 1st, 2027 and ending August 31st, 2028. Correction, let me correct those dates. September 1st, 2026 and ending August 31st, 2027. The information provided for review is in the SharePoint folder labeled F, Recommendations for the Grant Year 2027 Fund for Veterans Assistance FVA Grants. This folder contains all the information for the commission listed in FY27 RFA Chapter 6.6. In addition, the folder contains an Excel spreadsheet illustrating much of the information as the consideration summary, along with other key information to assist the commission in making the decision. I will provide a quick overview of the FY27 grant cycle before I hand it over to the FVA Advisory Committee Chair Richard Delgado and Vice Chair Omar Williams to present the committee's recommendation for the FY27 grant applications for award. The request for application process remains much the same. However, there have been funding changes throughout the years. As October 2nd, 2025, the application window opened and closed on December 2nd, 2025. A total of 377 applications were submitted by the deadline, requesting $94.5 million. As the Grants for Veteran Services staff completed eligibility screening, 266 applications were deemed eligible based on program guidelines specified in the RFA, totaling $79,990,000 in requested funds. The committee members completed their individual recommendations and rankings and met for 3 days between April 21st through April 23rd, 2026, and recommended and voted as a committee on what applications to recommend to the commission for funding. The information provided for your review is in a SharePoint folder labeled F, Recommendations for the Grant Year 27 Fund for Veterans Assistance FVA Grants. Folders I through V contain application PDFs with the FVA's committee scores for all eligible applications. The top sheet or summary page illustrates several tables. The left table illustrates all 266 eligible applications. The middle table illustrates the recommendations meeting results of 175 applications totaling $37,464,000. The tabs are broken down by category: Veterans Treatment Court, Veterans County Service Office, Service Dog Program, Pet and Veterinary Care Services, Housing for Texas Heroes, Veterans Mental Health, and General Assistance. Each category spreadsheet is divided with the committee recommendations on top and those not recommended on the bottom. The document to focus is the FVA Advisory Committee Application Excel Workbook. The 3 columns on the far right show the committee's average score, average rank, and the number of committee members that recommended the application for funding. You will see the region summary illustrates how many applications meeting top need were recommended by the committee. In addition, 9 spreadsheets illustrate the breakdown of the applications serving statewide and by region. Pending question, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Irv. Is Richard up next?
Ma'am, last text we got from him, he was 10 minutes out, and that was almost 10 minutes ago.
Okay. So, Omar, are you ready to give an overview?
Yes, I'm to give an overview. Chairwoman Kerner and Commissioners, Mr. Palladino and guests, for the record, my name is Omar Williams. I'm the Vice Chair of the FVA Advisory Committee for this grant cycle. The FVA Advisory Committee consisted of 8 individuals. All eight members independently reviewed, recommended, and ranked applications for the April 16th Advisory Committee recommendation meeting. At this meeting, 6 out of 8 committee members were present for discussion and voting. The funding recommendations presented to you today denote thoughtful consideration on the part of each committee member through numerous hours of analysis and discussion. The commissioner's guidance on funding goals, as published in the RFA, were the guiding principles used by the committee members for their application rankings and recommendations, and for our committee's vote that resulted in the recommendation applications. The committee has made all recommendations according to the commissioner's priorities listed in the fiscal year 27 RFA section 6.2 commission priorities for the awarding application. Okay. All right. And it looks like we're going to go straight into the Veterans Treatment Courts.
Yes, let's hear. What we'd like to do is hear what you recommend for the Veteran Treatment Court for funding. We'll do a motion on that, and we'll move to the next category.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you. So for Veterans Treatment Courts, commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet tab named VTC, labeled VTC. The committee recommends 21 of the 23 Veteran Treatment Court applications totaling $4,839,000. The recommended applications are, and I'm going to list this by organization and the amount allotted. So Collin County, $400,000. Collin County Misdemeanor Court, $100,000. Bexar County Commissioners Court, $269,000. Comal County, $235,000. Dallas County, $300,000. Bexar County Misdemeanor Court, or Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court, $400,000. Denton County, $327,000. Galveston County, $176,000. Bell County, $140,000. El Paso County, $400,000. Guadalupe County, $110,000. Travis County, $50,000. Potter County, $81,000. Webb County, $300,000. Tarrant County, $397,000. City of Dallas, $53,000. McLennan County, $100,000. Williamson County, $360,000. Montgomery County, $261,000. Nueces County, $200,000. And Ellis County, $180,000. Commissioners, pending any questions, the recommended Veterans Treatment Court applications have been presented for your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the committee chair, co-chair? Commissioner Wright.
Mr. Williams, I was going to ask you, and as I've gone through this, all of these, so this is going to apply to kind of all of the grants. But you guys, the committee, have made decisions to reduce some of the amounts, which frankly we need. We got to tighten up the purse strings a little bit. Was there any discussion? Was there any general oversight for y'all to make that decision, or were you literally dealing with each grant individually in committee meetings?
That's a great question. So I'll preface everything I say with I was one of the folks unable to attend and be a part of the deliberations that day. But what I can say, and with that, I reviewed the video, so I'm aware of the discussion and use that to reconcile with my own thoughts. I will say that this process, yes, the committee was very intentional. This year we had more tools at our disposal to aid in our grant deliberations and just help for a more healthy discussion. Instead of in previous years, it would be, if scored highly or there was consensus with the scoring across the board, there would be approval in large swaths. There were opportunities for that, but there was a majority of going one by one with the applications. And Chair Delgado, you may be able to add a little bit more to that.
Welcome, Maureen.
That's Semper Fi. So my apologies. I'm late. My dad title comes first, so my daughter was being promoted to 6th grade. So again, my apologies, commissioners, and for being tardy.
We will withhold push-ups. Just so you're aware what the question was. Commissioner Wright had asked about specifically in this category, but in general across all categories. There's a handful of grants that you awarded a lower amount than they requested, and he wanted to know what went into that deliberation for determining that.
Yeah, so absolutely. So I heard the vice chair talk a little bit about that. So what we were trying to do was spread the money across equitably across. So part of our charge from you all was to ensure that we are stretching the money as far as we can do. So some of the things as we were going through the application, there was some things that kind of stood out. So we were trying to lower some of them to ensure that equitability across the state with some of these grants. So that's the reason why you saw numbers that were not clear cut that from their request to ensure that we are stretching those dollars across the state and keeping them in the regions, right, that we covered the entire state as charged by Colonel Palladino and you all as commissioners to us.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions on the recommended Veteran Treatment Court grants from the advisory committee? Okay, hearing none. Let me find my notes here. Do I hear a motion to approve the fiscal year 2027 Veteran Treatment Court grant applications that were recommended by the FEA Advisory Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
And I heard Commissioner Dale first. Sorry, Mike. Any discussion? Okay. With that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. And as a reminder, we can always come back to this category after we've gone through all the recommendations. We're going to be moving on to the next category, which is the veteran. And there was nobody that signed up for that agenda item, just for clarification. Next item is the Veteran County Service Officers grant category. Yes.
And this one is more for...
Not heard the presentation yet.
Pardon?
We have not heard the presentation yet.
Oh, no. It's just a question about, we have one in there that's big and highlighted, and I didn't know if there was significance to that.
Let's hear the presentation, and then we'll ask the question. Okay. Please address that during your presentation.
Absolutely. So for the record, my name is Richard Delgado Jr. And the chair for the Veterans Advisory. So commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet tab named VCOs. Per the 84th legislative session, at least 5% of the available funding for the Veteran County Service Offices is listed. The committee recommended 21 of the 28 Veteran County Service Office applications totaling $4,812,000. The recommended applications are El Paso County, $285,000. Hayes County, $315,000. Harris County, $400,000. Cass County, $250,000. Cass County, $250,000. B County, $50,000. Montgomery County, $100,000. Polk County, $235,000. Cameron County, $400,000. Camp County, $385,000. Wilson County, $214,000. San Patricio County, $100,000. Hidalgo County, $400,000. Bell County, $400,000. Trinity County, $189,000. Trinity County, $100,000. Colwell County, $100,000. Valverde County, $89,000. Polk County, $100,000. Willisey County, $150,000. Williamson County, $300,000. Commissioners, pending any questions, the recommended Veteran County Service Officer applications have been presented for your consideration.
Thank you, Richard. Can you go back to your overview? You had mentioned something about 5%. What was the statutory requirement for this category? Or you can state that as well.
Yes, ma'am. The statutory requirement is a minimum of 5%
of the total grants
of the total
awarded.
grant of total available funding.
Total available funding, 5% needs to be used for a Veteran County Service Officer, and we have met that with this recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the presenters? Any commissioners?
I do.
Okay.
So I see for the most part, you tried to meet the request. I see 2 reductions, or maybe it's just one. No, 2, one, is it? Yeah.
2 for Cass County.
2 for Cass County. There we go. Do you remember why there was a reduction for that?
Not off the top of my head, Commissioners.
Okay. Because I see it looks like the requirements are being met there. They got a high ranking. They're at 75%. With 0 going elsewhere. So I just didn't know if there was something that stood out for why there was that reduction. I think they were the only ones.
Any other questions? We do have several organizations that signed up to speak on this agenda item. Okay.
Good.
We'll have time to ask questions again. Okay, first I have for comment is Mr. Samuel Perez from Hidalgo County, speaking on the correct agenda item this time. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Palladino. For the record, my name is Samuel Perez Jr., Hidalgo County Veteran Service Officer. Again, I am the president of the county Texas County VSO Association. I am here respectfully requesting to consider our application for the FY 2027 Mental Health Peer Support Grant. I believe the grant committee already recommended us to receive the Housing for Texas Heroes, so I'm indebted to you for that. But however, our mental health challenges continue to affect our veterans in Hidalgo County. And while there is a high demand for mental health, there are limited resources in our area. Hidalgo County Services takes pride in providing these resources with your support. Already serving 274 unduplicated veterans. Resources range from housing, education, employment, financial literacy, and healthcare assistance. We also provide retreats. 2 of the retreats we had was a woman retreat and a men's retreat, which was fishing on the pier with a peer. It was a great success. Investing in mental health services not only improves our quality of life, also positive education outcomes and workforce stability. I heard earlier that for county VSOs, a minimum of 5% is allocated, but we should not stand at 5%. That is just a minimum. We should strive to award more county service officers these grants that we so graciously need. Your leadership can make a meaningful difference in countless veterans in Hidalgo County, and thank you for your time. And thank you for listening to me today.
thank you. Next person to speak is Gary Foster, Cass County. Or we could have it in any order. I also have Commissioner Mike Carter, and Judge Louard LaFleur. Between the three of you.
Can't say it either, ma'am. He was 17 before he could spell it.
Okay. Whichever order you would like to go in for your agenda item.
Signed up to speak on both of our grants.
Okay.
I don't know how I'll do it all at once. I'll do whatever at the pleasure of the committee, ma'am.
Both of the CSO grants?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and speak on both right now.
So,
and then you guys can come up afterwards.
I'll go ahead and start.
You each have 3 minutes.
My name is Gary Foster, and I work in the Veteran Service Office in Cass County. And I want to address one thing first. I have nothing but respect for the advisory committee. I told you guys that last year. Y'all have a tremendous job. I think they missed a step this year, and I'm going to take the blame for that because I didn't take the time to come visit you guys. I was otherwise committed. But in watching the video, there was a concern that it was too much money going to Little Cass County. I'm not sure they gleaned that we are actually wanting to serve 4 counties this year. That's a population of 150,000, 10% population density for veterans, which is half again the state average, and the state poverty rate, or the poverty rate there, is a little over 18%, which is once again half again the state average. So we have a lot of veterans in that area and a lot of veterans in need. So like I said, I have nothing but respect for those guys and the 3-4 days that they put into that. And it was some long days. I watched the videos and I'm very appreciative. I take the blame for that because I should have came down there to make sure I articulated that. But just real quick, going over this year's numbers. For this current year, as of Monday, when I put the numbers together, Cass County and their Housing for Texas Heroes program, we had been allotted that we needed to do 12 projects. As of Monday, we had completed 21 and had spent $224,693 on those projects, another $75,000 to go. We expect to spend the majority of that in air conditioning in the coming months because we've already been hit with those. In the direct financial aid, we were supposed to serve, I believe it was 158 clients, and as of Monday, we were at 193 unduplicated clients, spending approximately $210,000 in direct financial aid to their bills, to their programs. And I'm trying to get it all in because I don't know if I'm going to be able to speak again. She says I got 1 minute. As far as there was a young man up here earlier that talked about not knowing anything about TVC when he left the state. I didn't know anything about TVC till a year ago when I came to work for here. Hopefully my counterparts at TVC would tell you there's no bigger cheerleader for TVC out there than me right now. I'd put on skirt and a pom-poms if I thought it'd do any good. I give a lot of interviews. I'm on social media a lot. I told Irv earlier, not this most recent ticket, but the pink one that was the last one to come out. I bought the very first one sold in Cass County. I won $4 and it's hanging on my wall for people to see it. Been a great partner with TVC. I'm asking for that funding to be returned to the full funding of $400,000 for both grants to allow us to go into Bowie County, continue doing Cass, and do Marion and Morris.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I'm going to hang out over here to the side when these other two gentlemen speak in case there's any technical questions that I could answer, or I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have now.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't have any.
We reserve the right to call you back up.
All right. Like I said, I'm going to stand over and stand behind Richard so he can't mean mug me and eyeball me.
Okay. I would like to call up Judge Louard LaFleur, Marion County.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Louard LaFleur, and I'm the County Judge in Marion County. The people have asked me to serve them one more term. I brought with me today my son, Louard John LaFleur III, future something in Marion County. We just hadn't figured that out. He's got a few years. I come before you today in support of the Cass County projects. If you look at a map, Marion County is far, far up to the north and the east. We are a border county with the great state of Louisiana. There is a VA medical hospital less than 37 minutes drive from my front door. I would not bring my cat into that building. And the Texas Veterans Commission has helped me on a personal note. I'm sorry if I get a little emotional. When I got out of the Navy, I didn't know what I was going to do. I went home, started working for a lignite mine in Bldg, Texas. Went back to Northeast Texas, got a hold of a guy with the Texas Veterans Commission who worked at the VSO's office in Gregg County where I lived. Got hooked up, went to an apprenticeship program at a local business, went to college on my GI Bill, started a family. Now I'm serving my great state and my community as their county judge. The Marion County is full support of this effort with Cass County. I ask that you return their funding so that we may serve our fellow veterans in our part of the world. How many minutes do I have? I'm still good. Do you want to say anything? You should say thank you for your service to our great state.
Thank you for your service to our great state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll have Commissioner Mike Carter, Bowie County.
Thank you. I am Mike Carter. I am a Navy veteran, 100% disabled, Agent Orange disability.
I'm liking this Navy veteran.
Good deal. I'm Bowie County Precinct 4 Commissioner. About a year ago, I called Judge Ransom in Cass County. I had heard about a program. Bowie County has nothing. Anything that we do for the veterans there, we do through our local veterans chapters, and we don't have money. We raise what we can, but it's minimal. But I heard that Cass County had gotten involved in this program, so I called Judge Ransom and said, "Can you serve Bowie County?" He says, "No, but it's funny that you called." He said, "We've been speaking with other counties about including and working from Cass County, taking care of the other counties. And this way, we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. Cass County already has the program set up and running. And having been involved in our veterans organizations in Bowie County, I know there's a great need for our veterans. We have 5,820 veterans in Bowie County, and there's nothing for them right now. I've done a lot of things for them myself. He was speaking about air conditioners. I had an air conditioning business, and I donated a few window units for some of the veterans over the years because there was no other help. But I'm extremely pleased to be included in this program, and we're all on board. I spoke with our county judge also, and he's on board. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and let you know our pleasure in being included in this program.
Well, thank you for driving out here and speaking. Next, I have David Garza from Webb County Veteran Service Office.
Madam Commissioner, sorry, good morning, good afternoon, it's 12:01. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Colonel. I have with me Victor Sanchez. He should be there next to speak on the same. So
Yes, you're right after each other, so you can.
We can, okay. Like I said, good morning. For the record, my name is David Garza. I'm the Webb County Veteran Service Officer. I've been employed with I've been the Webb County Veteran Service Officer for 13 years now, and I'm here request that the Texas Veterans Commission or commissioners grant approval of a full amount of our grant for $176,000 for the year of 26-27, and I want to say that at a minimum we're going to serve we will be serving 275 veterans, dependents, or surviving spouses, but we really have a projected grand total probably of about 1,700 overall veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses that we will be transporting. Our grant is a transportation grant to medical appointments within the county and 100% outside to the bigger hospitals in our surrounding area. That includes San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and Harlingen, and anything in between. That's about a 200-mile radius. Excuse me. We've had a great. I'd like to also point out that we've had an excellent partnership with TVC and the Webb County Veteran Service Office for 12 years. So for 12 years, we've been partnered up together and gone through many different learning experiences. We have been good stewards of the Texas Veterans Commission's money. We've had many audits and compliant visits throughout the 12 years we've been doing this, and monitoring visits. And I would like to read at this time the last compliance visit we got was in February of this year. And I'm just gonna do a couple outtakes for time wise. So it was written on February 4th, 2026 to the Honorable Dano Tijerina, Webb County Judge, in reference to the TVC FVA compliance visit that we had on February 2nd. The purpose of the objective of this visit was to ensure that the TVC grant funds are protected from fraud, waste, and abuse. Another reason for the visit was TVC's funds are spent efficiently for authorized purpose in compliance with the grant agreement and Texas and TVC's governing documents. Performance and benchmarks are being met, and that a high quality of service are being delivered. So those were the reasons for the visit. And performance-wise,
Mr. Garza, your time is up. Do you want to use some of the time of Victor? Or okay, I'm sorry.
No, good. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Victor Sanchez, prior service, United States Marine Corps. I am proud to represent Webb County Veteran Service Office and the Veterans Transportation Assistance Program. Since 2014, the vital funding we receive from TVC grants has allowed us to provide essential transportation assistance to our local veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses. Through this program, our services consistently reach hundreds of veterans, spanning generations of service from the Korean War to the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. Without this service, our veterans would undoubtedly face severe financial hardship just to get to doctors, or tragically, they would simply go without crucial medical care they need. Our veterans and their families have earned our respect, and they deserve this vital assistance. Thank you for your time, your continued support, and your commitment to our veterans. At this time, with your permission, I yield my remaining time to Mr. David Garza.
Thank you.
So just to finish up, performance-wise, we had already serviced unduplicated 176 out of 141 that we were supposed to serve. So that's 124% efficiency on performance. And more importantly, I'd like to say that under findings, there was none. And this is pretty much the pattern we've had throughout our grant experience. And again, just asking for the commission to grant the full amount of the $176,000, which is only technically $6,000 more than last year. And we are very good stewards of the money, of our money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Questions?
Any questions, commissioners? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Pope Gonzalez again from Zapata County. I have you written twice, so just once, right? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Colonel Palladino. My name is Adolfo Gonzalez Jr. I'm the Veteran Service Officer for Zapata County. I am here today to speak specifically on our application for the Housing for Texas Heroes and Financial Assistance Grant, both of which were not recommended for funding by the Grant Advisory Committee. This decision came as a significant surprise, given that our office has consistently met and exceeded all program requirements. For the current grant cycle, we have fully expended all client services funds for both programs. We are now in the process of requesting additional funds, which we recently were approved, that are being relocated from other grant recipients who were unable to utilize the full amount they originally requested. Our need for supplemental funding reflects two things clearly: the high demand for services in our region and our proven ability to administer these grants effectively and responsibly. Zapata County has taken the lead in expanding services beyond our borders, assisting veterans and surviving spouses in 4 counties. This demonstrates our commitment to providing superior service that truly improves the quality of life for our veterans, their families, and our surviving spouses. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I ask you to look closely at our grant performance. Just in this grant cycle alone, we have assisted over 200 clients across 4 counties between both grants. These numbers represent real people, veterans who have served our country and who rely on these programs during moments of crisis. I respectfully ask that you fund these grants so that we can continue providing the support our veterans desperately need. And if there's anything in our application that appears out of place or needs correction, please let us know. We're committed to doing things the right way, but I ask you not to deny these funds to the veterans who truly need them. Thank you for your time and your continued dedication to Texas veterans. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? No. So I want to clarify, so you do provide services to 4 counties?
Correct. We provide services to Zapata County, Jim Hogg County, Duval County, and Webb County. Now we have 2 grants. That is for the financial assistance grant. For the Texas Homes for Heroes grant, we provide services to Jim Hogg County and Zapata County.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And next we have Judge Juan Carlos Guerra from Jim Hogg County.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director Palladino. I'm Juan Carlos Guerra. I'm the Jim Hogg County Judge in Hebbronville, Texas. Today I'm here on behalf of the brave men and women of Deep South Texas, the veterans and surviving spouses of Zapata, Jim Hogg, Webb, and Duval counties, to respectfully ask you all to reconsider the recommendation made by the Advisory Committee not to fund Zapata County's grant applications for the 2026-2027 grant cycle, which includes $300,000 for the Financial Assistance Program and $400,000 for the Texas Homes for Heroes program that serves Zapata and Jim Hogg County. These programs represent emergency assistance for veterans facing financial crisis, housing support for those at risk of homelessness, utility assistance for elderly surviving spouses, and hope for families who have already sacrificed so much for our country. At the recent Advisory Committee recommendation meeting, Zapata County was not recommended for funding. I must respectfully express our deep concern regarding that recommendation. The loss of this funding would create a negative impact across our rural South Texas region. Many of the veterans we serve are low-income individuals living in underserved communities where resources are extremely limited. For some, these programs are the only source of emergency and housing-related assistance. This current 25-26 grant cycle, as Mr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, has already demonstrated the tremendous value and need for these services. We have seen firsthand how these funds stabilize families, prevent homelessness, and restore dignity to veterans who once defended our freedoms and protected our nation. I respectfully ask you, commissioners, to take another look at the proven record of service, of compliance, and regional impact these programs provide. Rural communities like ours often face greater challenges due to limited local resources, transportation barriers, and high poverty rates. Eliminating these funds would leave many veterans without critical support. On behalf of the veterans and surviving spouses of Zapata, Jim Hogg, Webb, and Duval counties, I respectfully urge the Commission to reconsider the recommendation and provide the much-needed funding for these essential programs. Thank you for your time, for your service, and your continued commitment to Texas veterans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have on here Robert McVoy with a veteran service organization. Is this person here? And maybe the name is spelled wrong.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I apologize for my sloppy writing. I'm Robert McVeigh, Senior Advisor for State Representative Ryan Guillen's office. You should have a letter in your folders.
We do.
2 letters, I believe, from him strongly supporting the programs that Pope just mentioned, the Financial Assistance Program and the Housing for Texas Heroes program. We have worked with Zapata County closely on many issues for 23 years. And in the last several, we've worked very closely with them and with your staff at the TVC and seen them do incredible work and help out people living in terrible conditions, veterans, and put them in better situations and much healthier situations. Your staff has gone overboard, if that's possible. I don't think it is, actually. But they've done things that I would never have expected were possible to help veterans, to help them get housing, to help them get new mobile homes or pre-built buildings by getting them donated, even when there's no money available, because the need is that great. We appreciate everything the TVC has done. We appreciate everything you do and your staff do. We would very much like to see Zapata County's funding be restored.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? I appreciate you coming up to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I have, it's Gary Foster again. So I guess you already spoke. Anyone else that was going to speak on the Veteran County Service Office category? Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioners, we are now going to consider the recommendations from the advisory committee. What I recommend is that we vote on what they recommend and make any minor changes, not add anything at this time. We will add at the end. So we're not closing this agenda item. Do not worry. We will be coming back to all the categories and looking to see if we want to add. However, if there's anything that was recommended by the advisory committee that you want to adjust the amount for, I would take that now as well. Any questions that we have of the advisory committee before we consider a motion after all the presentations? Okay. Do you have any additional comments?
I do. So Commissioner Dale asked about Cass County, and when our friends from Cass County came up, it sparked the light bulb. So the reason that we reduced them is they left $35,000 on the table, which went to others. So that's why we reduced it to mimic their what they have spent previously. So that's why we reduced it, because they left some money on the table previously.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
So, commissioners, at this time, let me make sure I have the right motion in front of me. Apologize, I have many windows open right now.
I know. I do.
Do I hear a motion to approve the fiscal year 2027 Veteran County Service Officers grant applications as recommended by the FVA Advisory Committee?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so commissioners, it's time for discussion. If we want to make any amendments at this time, we can, or we could choose to come back and do additional changes later on.
Yeah, I'd like to amend to fully fund Cass County, considering the additional counties and work that they're about to undertake with the funding.
Okay. So your motion is to amend the motion to fund Cass County financial assistance at $400,000, vice $250,000, and to fund Housing for Texas Heroes for Cass County for $400,000, vice $250,000.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. In addition to the rest of the recommended. Okay. I second your motion for this amendment. Discussion on the amendment to increase the Cass County amount to $400,000 on both grants. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. So now we have the amended motion on the table, and this amended motion is to fund the recommended Veteran County Office grants as recommended by the advisory committee with the amendment that we just approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. And we will come back to this agenda item after we're done with all the committee recommendations. Okay. Moving on to the next category. And I'll turn over to Richard to talk about the service dog program for veterans.
Yes, ma'am. So commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet tab named VMH Dogs. Per this program, the General Appropriations Act of the 89th Texas Legislative Session, this program requires no less than $1 million to the Service Dog Program for veterans under the Veterans Mental Health Program. This program is organization accredited by Assistant Dogs International to provide trained service dogs to veterans diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, or military sexual trauma. The committee recommended all 3 veteran mental health service dog program applications totaling $1,050,000. The recommended applications are as follows: Austin Dog Alliance, $350,000; Patriot Paws Service Dogs, $400,000; Canine Companions for Independence, $300,000. Commissioners, pending any questions, the recommended service dog applications have been presented for your consideration.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions?
No.
Irv, can you please, or Catherine, can you please remind us what the statutory requirement is of this category?
Yes, ma'am. The statutory requirement set by the legislature is $1 million to the service program, and that is no less. So there's $1 million. So we can surpass it if we so choose.
So $1 million of our grant funding is dedicated specifically to service dogs and can only be used for that category. And you have recommended $1,050,000. However, if fully funded, it would be $1,150,000. Okay, thank you. I do not have anyone that was signed up to speak on this agenda item. Does anyone wish to speak that did not sign up? Okay, so commissioners, at this time, I will consider a motion.
So moved.
Okay, have not said what it was yet.
Second.
Oh,
Okay.
Sorry.
So the motion is to approve the fiscal year 2027 Service Dog Program for Veterans grant application as recommended by the advisory committee. And do you still?
I will still make the motion.
Okay. And do you still second? Yes. Excellent. So any discussion on this item or amendments?
No.
Okay. With that, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Then we'll move on to the next statutory category, which is the veterinary care services for veterans.
Thank you.
Really, veteran dogs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you. The Excel spreadsheet tab labeled Gen Vet, GEN Vet. Per General Appropriations Act of the 89th Texas Legislative Session, no less than $1 million to pet lodging and veterinary care services for veterans under the General Assistance Program. This service category supports clients undergoing or seeking medical treatment or surgery by providing safe, reliable boarding options and veterinary care for pets. The committee recommends both general assistance, pet and veterinary care applications totaling $393,000. The recommended applications are Spay Neuter Network, $300,000, Disabled Veterans of Texas Service Foundation Disabled American Veterans of Texas Service Foundation is a typo. Okay. $93,000. Commissioners, pending any questions, the recommended pet and veterinary care applications have been presented for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And just for clarification, those were the only applicants we received in that category.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, I'm going to make you do your homework here because I read that pretty carefully. The DAV's application is pretty straightforward, but spay and neuter, they talked about serving both dogs and cats. I wasn't aware that we had a large cat population in the service animal community. And as I was crunching their numbers and reading their write-up, would you confirm that this program is only going to fund ADI certified service animals? Because I couldn't find it in there. It doesn't mean it was getting late and I was tired. So I may have missed it, but it appeared to be just a general veterinary thing.
So Irv, can you please answer that?
Yes, Commissioner Wright, I believe you're confused. So the previous agenda item was about service dogs, service animals. This one is for veterinary.
Yes, sir.
Veterinary care. So the veteran seeking medical attention can have his pet, domestic pet, given veterinary care or housed at a housing facility for pets.
So I wasn't confused.
It's not for
That's
service.
exactly
It's not for service animals. It is for your pet.
Yes. I was not confused in this case. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Alrighty. So with that, do I hear a motion to approve the fiscal year 2027 veterinary care services for veterans grant applications that were recommended by the FVA Advisory Committee?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion? Any discussion?
No.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so this last category, we'll move on. This is regarding Fund for Veteran Assistance need-based grants. And so I'll ask Irv to kick us off in this category. But I do want to remind you that we do a needs assessment, and our grants are expected to be going towards the highest needs for each region. And so I'll turn it over to Irv.
Yes, ma'am. Again, commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheets tabs named HTX, VMH, or GEN, respectively. The FVA Advisory Committee reviewed these 3 programs and ensured that each region was supported to the highest availability of applicants to support the top 3 needs based on the 2024 needs assessment. Regional consideration started during the application review scoring. In the matrix in the RFA Chapter 8, each applicant is reviewed to assess if the services listed are one of the top 3 veteran needs per the needs assessment. Additionally, during the recommendation meeting, the advisory committee ensured to consider all applications providing one of the top 3 services per region. Pending any questions, commissioners?
Thank you, Irv. And will we be saying what those top region needs are when we do the presentations?
We did not plan on that, ma'am. But the commissioners do have that data.
Okay, thank you. We'll come over to you, Richard.
Yes, ma'am. So, commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet tab name HTX. The committee recommended 24 of the 33 Housing for Texas Heroes applications, totaling $5,670,000. The recommended applications are as follows: Permian Basin Regional Planning Commission, $275,000. The City of Harlingen, $275,000. Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity, $250,000. Austin Habitat for Humanity, $100,000. Northeast Texas Habitat for Humanity, $200,000. The City of Laredo, $250,000. Operation Finally Home, $375,000. Jeff Davis County, $200,000. Houston Habitat for Humanity, $350,000. Cornerstone Community Action Agency, $300,000. Fort Hood Area Habitat for Humanity, $250,000. Rebuilding Together Houston, $300,000. Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse Coastal Bend, $350,000. Colorado County Habitat for Humanity, $100,000. Garland Area Habitat for Humanity, $250,000. Alamo Area Council of Governments, $275,000. City of Dallas, $70,000. City of Fort Worth, $300,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, $300,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $300,000. Community Action Corporation of South Texas, $124,000. Habitat for Humanity of Williamson County, $170,000. Cove Housing Emergency Homeless Shelter, $250,000. Brazos Valley Community Action Programs, $56,000. Commissioners, pending any question, the recommended Housing for Texas Hero applications have been presented to you for your consideration.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions, commissioners, on that category? Okay, and I believe I have a few people that have signed up to speak on this whole category. But so let's go through each of the things first, and then we will have everybody speak. So you did Housing for Texas Heroes. Those were your recommendations right there. I don't have it broken out by category, do I? The speakers? Okay. Let's go to the next category, please.
Next category is Veterans Mental Health. Commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet with the tab labeled VMH. The committee recommends 28 of the 55 veterans mental health applications, totaling $5,080,000. The recommended applications are Heart of Texas Region MHMR Center, $120,000. Senecor Foundation, $200,000. Baylor Research Institute, $400,000. ROC, Ride On Center for Kids, $183,000. Family Endeavors, $300,000. Family Service Center of Galveston County, $150,000. Henry's Home, Horse, and Human Sanctuary, $150,000. Project Amistad, $200,000. United States Veteran Initiative, or US Vets, $250,000. Frontera Healthcare Network, $65,000. Pecan Valley MHMR region, $400,000. Samaritan Center of Counseling and Pastoral Care, $400,000. West Texas Counseling and Guidance, $400,000. eQuest, $120,000. Jake E's Writing Roundup, $130,000. Fort Bend County non-VCO, $100,000. Texana Center, $40,000. Believe my last. Katy Christian Ministries, $50,000. After military service, Camp Shield, $150,000. Caritas of Austin, $38,000. PTSD Foundation of America, $30,000. Or believe my last, $300,000. Blue Bonnet Trails Community MHMR Center, $45,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston, $350,000. Reboot Recovery, $72,000. Denton County MHMR Center, $150,000. Project Zero Alliance, $26,000. Catholic Charities Archdiocese of San Antonio, $175,000. A Sanctuary for Military Families, $211,000. Commissioners, pending any questions, the recommended veterans mental health that have applications that have been presented. They've been presented for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Commissioner, just to make sure we correct the record. So on Jake's E Writing Roundup, the presentation is 135, not 130.
135. Okay, that matches what I have. Thank you. Okay, and then there's one more category, general assistance.
Commissioners, to support the agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet tab named GEN. The committee recommended 76 of the 124 general assistance application totaling $15,520,000. The recommended applications are as follows. Texoma Council of Governments, $100,000. The Salvation Army Lufkin, $82,000. Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation, $300,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, $315,000. East Texas Veteran Community Council, $200,000. Garnet of Austin, $116,000. Veterans Healthcare Alliance, $30,000. Hope for Warriors, $200,000. Volunteers of America, Texas, $275,000. Leaders of Waco, $175,000. Meals on Wheels and Senior Services, $147,000. Cornerstone Community Action Agency, $300,000. The Salvation Army, Corpus Christi, $200,000. The City of El Paso, $140,000. Soldiers Angels, $222,000. Catholic Charities of Central Texas, $275,000. Houston Area Urban League, $250,000. Burnett County, $105,000. Community Council of South Texas, $300,000. Bandera County Committee on Aging, $250,000. Texas Neighborhood Services, $250,000. Santa Maria Hustle, $75,000. Lubbock Regional MHMR Center, $200,000. Hill Country Community Action Association, $150,000. Northwest Assistance Ministry, $200,000. Community Action Corporation of South Texas, $95,000. City of Harlingen, $200,000. City of Dallas, $150,000. Blue Bonnet Trails Community MHMR Center, $150,000. The Salvation Army of San Antonio, $300,000. Tender Loving Care for Children, $200,000. The Salvation Army Waco, $250,000. Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, $215,000. The Visiting Nurse Association of Texas, $75,000. San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Families, $73,000. YMCA of Central Texas, $45,000. Hidalgo County Community Action Agency, $400,000. Young Women Christians Association, El Paso del Norte Region, $200,000. Baylor Research Institution, $200,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $300,000. Lone Star Legal Aid, $400,000. USA Cares, $250,000. East Texas Council of Governments, $175,000. Semper Fi and America's Fund, $300,000. Fort Bend Senior Citizens Meals on Wheels, and much, much more, $198,000. Blanco River Regional Recovery Team, $198,000. San Antonio Food Bank, $300,000. Empower, $300,000. The City of Fort Worth, $340,000. Honor Veterans Now, $250,000. Lubbock County Non-VCO, $25,000. National Guard of Texas, $250,000. Goodwill Industries of Central Texas, $200,000. Camino del Rio MHMR Center, $100,000. Department of Texas Veterans of Foreign Wars Foundation, $400,000. Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County, $136,000. Catholic Charities Archdiocese of San Antonio, $300,000. Golden Crescent Regional Planning Commission, $100,000. Meals on Wheels South Texas, $52,000. Castle Cares Community Ministries, $200,000. Pecan Valley MHMR Region, $275,000. Haven for Hope of Bexar County, $115,000. Goodwill Industries of South Texas, $200,000. United States Veterans Initiative, $297,000. United Way of Tarrant County, $200,000. PTSD Foundation of America, $300,000. Project Mend, $225,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments and Economic Development District, $198,000. Collin County, $50,000. Citizens Development Center, $201,000. Bring Everyone into the Zone, $100,000. Concho Valley Center for Human Advancement, $275,000. Coastal Bend Council of Governments, $200,000. The City of Corpus Christi, $300,000. Katy Christian Ministries, $200,000. The Salvation Army Abilene, $200,000. Commissioners, pending any question, the recommended general assistance have been presented for your consideration.
Thank you, Richard. Commissioners, any questions? Yes. Commissioner Wright.
So we have one that is listed. It's the VFW grant. They have, one of the things we confirmed at the last meeting, they historically have never spent more or allocated more than $250,000. And I believe it's at this point an 8-year history with us, as far as I know. I am concerned. Money is tight. And I think the committee has done a fairly good job narrowing down and getting grants that are a little bit more appropriate, but I just think that's a little too high. I'm very comfortable with $250,000, which I recommended them for in our last meeting, actually twice. So I would offer an amendment.
So if you look on your sheet, which grant line is that?
Oh,
I'm struggling.
I'm sorry. Yes, 88.
88.
No, sorry, that is not 88. That is. Oh, come on! I just saw them. Where did they go? 59.
Okay. Gotcha. So before we take a vote on this, we do have several people that have asked to speak on this agenda item. And then when we are done, I would like to take a look They'll give staff some time to figure out a way to put up on the screen the region summary tab so we could look at it. Okay, thank you. So first on the list to speak is Representative Art Fierro. He did not make it. Okay. Next is on virtual is, I apologize, Zaid Ekengoyen from Project Amistad.
Yes, Zaidi Echegoyen.
Okay.
No worries.
Sorry.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for your leadership. For the record, my name is Zaidi Echegoyen, Program Manager at Amistad in El Paso, Texas. I want to thank you for the opportunity and the continued partnership with the Texas Veterans Commission. I'm here to respectfully request reconsideration of funding for our FY27 General Assistance application. For the past 13 years, Project Amistad has proudly managed TVC-funded programs serving 6 counties in far west Texas, supporting thousands of veterans, active duty service members, and their families with both mental health and financial assistance services. We have maintained zero audit findings over the years, reflecting our strong commitment to accountability, compliance, and our responsible stewardship of funding. Guided by our philosophy of providing a hand up, not a handout, we ensure TVC funding is used strategically and effectively to maximize impact throughout the grant year. For FY27 general assistance, our goal is to expand services from 6 counties to 23 counties in far west Texas, many of which lack direct access right now to TVC funded programs. Our approach is personal, relationship driven, and focused on true wraparound service, meeting individuals where they are. If they cannot come to us, we will go to them. Rural counties face unique barriers with greater outreach and engagement. As a trusted resource and the true boots on the ground, we travel monthly to these areas, many of which are low income families that reside in them, and they have limited access to support services. While locally we work with El Paso County and the city of El Paso to maximize resources, those services are limited to residents of El Paso County only. Additional services we offer to assist our military affiliated families with self-sufficiency include job readiness workshops, mental health and peer support groups, Alzheimer's and dementia, caregiver support groups, diabetes prevention classes, veteran appreciation events. We are grateful to have been recommended for FY27 mental health funding. However, mental health wellness is closely tied to basic needs, and veteran facing food insecurity, housing instability, or utility disconnection often struggle to engage in counseling. General assistance funding allows us the opportunity to address these needs so that clients can stabilize and focus on long-term healing and recovery. At the heart of this request are the families living in these rural communities who have otherwise go without support in FY27 if we are not funded. We respectfully ask for the reconsideration of our application so that many can continue receive critical services that will strengthen communities and ensuring that no veteran is forgotten simply because of where they live. Thank you for your time, consideration, and the continued commitment to serving those who have served our country. We are open to negotiation and will gladly answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you speaking. Any questions? Okay. Next, we have Brian Hawkins with, is it Covey House or Cove House? Cove House. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Brian Hawkins. Thank you, Chairwoman Kerner, Mr. Palladino, and the commissioners. I had signed up to speak on 2 things, so I just want to ask your permission. Do you want them both now, or?
Let's just do it.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you to the commission because we know this is a daunting task, and we appreciate the fact that we were recommended for funding for our Heroes program, and we intend to be good stewards of that. This will be our first working with this commission, and we hope we're going to build a long-term relationship with this organization, helping our veterans. I would like to introduce one of our operations people who is here with me today. Her name is Leisha Loggins. Her husband was a 22-plus year veteran. He suffers severely from PTSD and quite possibly might have been homeless without her rock steady hand at his side. I also want to speak while I'm here about an application that we made that was not recommended by the committee. And the reason I bring it up is because we did get a motion and a second for a reduced amount of $275,000. But the motion was denied basically, or not voted for, because one of the committee members said she had checked our website and there wasn't anything about veterans on it. Now, that is a true statement at that time, but what she could not have known was that that website had just been rebuilt from the ground up. So it only had basic information on it. We are currently housing 2 veterans, which between them have 6 dependent children that we are keeping under roof right now. Housing remains the number one foundational cornerstone of all of the other things that we want to do for veterans. Mental health is better supported by stable housing. All of the other things that you can name are better supported by stable housing. So I would ask that you also reconsider our application for the general assistance for housing. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the hours that I know all of you pour into this process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Questions for me?
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have Joshua Morrison again from the Pecan Valley MHMR virtually. I'm not sure if you wanted to speak again.
Yes, I would.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is the one I originally signed up for, but I do appreciate the commission rectifying the issue earlier. So thank you for that. So good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Josh Morrison, and I serve with Pecan Valley Center's MHMR, where we provide veteran services across a large rural region in north central Texas. I do want to briefly highlight an important consideration in grant funding, and that's the increased cost of delivering services in rural communities and how that impacts organizations like ours. On average, it costs 8 times more to provide equivalent support to individuals in a rural setting versus an urban setting. At Pecan Valley, we serve veterans across multiple counties, many of which have limited or no other local providers. For most of the veterans we work with, access to care requires driving 30 to 100 miles or more. Public transportation is non-existent, and our teams have to travel extensively to meet veterans where they are. This means our costs are not just tied to service delivery, but also to travel time and mileage, outreach across a wide geographic area, and maintaining services in communities that cannot support them through volume alone. At the same time, rural providers like us often aren't funded, or often are funded at lower levels with fewer grant opportunities compared to larger urban organizations that can receive multiple awards across program areas. For Pecan Valley, we're often serving as the only behavioral health and veteran service provider across our entire region. When funding is limited, it directly impacts whether veterans in those communities have any access at all. I would respectfully ask the Commission to consider the cost per veteran served, not just numbers, the geographic reach and travel burden required in rural service areas, and the role of organizations like ours as critical access points for entire regions of Texas. Because in rural communities, it's not just about efficiency, it's about access and equity. Every veteran deserves the same opportunity for care regardless of where they live, and ensuring rural providers are adequately funded is essential to making that a reality. In rural Texas, investment in providers like Pecan Valley isn't just a program, it's sustaining access where no alternative exists. For the past 5 years, Pecan Valley Centers have exhausted grant funding awarded by TVC every single year. And we have relied on private donors and local mom and pop businesses to help us bridge the gap through the end of the grant year until we get refunded. Until this year, we've received the maximum amount possible every year, and in 2027, we are asking for the maximum amount again. Lastly, I'd like to recommend that the Commission adopt a format where additional funds can be requested, similar to this year, based upon the unused funds of other organizations and the projected excess. Several of our LMHA's federal and state grants utilize this practice, and it has proven an effective method of use it or lose it without having to wait an entire grant year or up to 18 months to maximize effectiveness for organizations performing above standard. Thank you for your time and your continued support of Texas veterans.
Thank you, Joshua. And so to be clear, you're in Region 8, and you have 2 grant applications in, one for financial assistance, which was $400,000, and the recommended is $275,000. And then the other grant application is for Housing for Texas Heroes, also in Region 8, and that one was not recommended. Is that what I understand?
And mental health. I do have a mental health at $400,000, and it was recommended at $400,000.
Okay, I do see that. Thank you.
But yes, the Housing for Texas Heroes, I'm fortunate. I have a lot of contractors in my region that let us dive in their dumpsters and use the leftovers to help veterans out. But if we could get even a little bit of funding there to help, that would be huge for these guys.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person speaking is Todd Liebum from Cornerstone Community Action Agency. And he's in person? Todd, are you here? Okay. Next is Jared Norrell, Andrews Center, Andrews Behavioral Health.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Colonel Palladino. My name is Jared Norrell, and I'm here to represent the Injury Center. We're based out of Tyler. We're in Region 7, and we are co-located on Camp V. I'm a 26-year Army veteran with 7 combat tours to Iraq and Afghanistan, one of which I spent 18 months working with the Marine Corps, so I speak their language a little. And I say that not boastfully, but just to highlight my own baseline for experience discussing mental health. I'm a peer service coordinator for the Injury Center, but today I'm point man for a poorly written grant that was not recommended by the grant committee. And I am here to ask for special consideration for reduced funding for a portion of that grant. Currently, we are one of 5 LMHAs in the state that has a funded counselor from the TVC, and it is a fantastic program, and it is working. So kudos to everyone here that has seen the need for free counseling for veterans and their spouses. And we have a fantastic counselor on our staff that has treated 96 veterans and spouses this year. And she received in fact, she's fantastic. She received an award this year from the TVC for going above and beyond her expected duties. What we're asking for is, our original grant was for $400,000, and it was to provide 2 licensed counselors that provide telehealth throughout the state, and also a peer for justice-involved veterans. Again, we were off our mark on that grant request, but what we would like to request is 1 licensed counselor to assist with our current counseling program for a total of $80,000. And what that'll allow us to do is 2 things. One is we serve 5 counties. We're geographically dispersed. We know East Texas has one of the higher suicide rates in the state of Texas. And so it'll allow us to push our counselor out to our local to our clinics. And so our elderly or disabled veterans won't have to travel as far. On the TVC needs assessment, the number 1 and number 2 needs in our region were elder care and counseling. And in some form, this would address both of these. Similar to moving medical assets and combat forward to where you're going to take casualties, we're going to be able to move counseling out to help those. The second thing this would do is it addresses a real blind spot the VA has by providing no counseling for the veterans' caregivers or spouses. And often, if a veteran goes through a relationship issue, a failed marriage, it is the beginning of a crisis. And so by providing that counseling available to spouses, but also marriage counseling, we're able to get in front of the veteran crisis. So again, what we're asking for today is $80,000 to hire an additional licensed counselor to serve our veterans in East Texas. And those are unduplicated services, and we expect to serve at least 80 veterans with that funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Mike Burnett, Concho Valley Community Action Agency.
Hello, Mike Burnett again, Concho Valley Community Action Agency. I want to use this time to talk about process, specifically the application process, eligibility determination, and what this moment is telling us about how the system is working for providers and by extension veterans. Let me say plainly, I believe in accountability. High standards matter. Agencies should meet those standards and public dollars should be protected. None of that is in dispute. However, you won't see our application in front of you. It was deemed ineligible, and so it doesn't even make it to the committee. This is where I struggle and where I'm asking for your attention. With how the new eligibility process was applied and how certain financial data, particularly net assets, was used without full context for reimbursement-based nonprofits like CVCAA. I should also note that the ineligibility letter didn't even say net assets. It said that that our gross receipts did not meet the threshold for the program, and our net assets, our gross receipts last year were over $4.5 million. None of our funding comes in after expenses go out. Most of our funding comes in after our expenses go out. Money flows through the organization, not into it. That doesn't mean instability. It means that we're doing the work. We serve a 14,000 square mile part of Texas for 60 years. We are high performing, a multi-million-dollar organization. Our audits are clean, our compliance record is strong, our scale and capacity are well documented. And yet, looking at a single year-end number, net assets, taken out of context, outweighs all of that. That's the problem, not just for us, but for the system. Because when eligibility decisions rely heavily on one narrow measure without a clear explanation and without a way to raise concerns or clear deficiencies in an application, strong agencies can be sidelined. And when that happens, veterans are the ones that feel it first. I'm not here to relitigate the decision. I'm here to help strengthen the system that we all rely on to serve our veterans. One path forward would be a collaborative review of the application and eligibility process, one that includes TVC staff and current or recent grantees. Other Texas agencies and funders do this regularly because it works. It helps identify pinch points, clarify intent, and improve outcomes for everyone. Having a clearly documented process to how concerns are raised, who reviews them, and what standards are applied, it builds trust and consistency. At the scale we are talking about, with over $40 million in grants and hundreds of agency applications and thousands of veterans needing service, that kind of clarity really matters. My ask today is not about special treatment. It's about transparency, consistency, and a process that reflects the real operating conditions of nonprofits doing the work on the ground. If we can strengthen the process, then everyone wins. Most importantly, the veterans we serve win. We've already seen that the system can respond when concerns are raised, considered, and addressed, as it did in the recent change to the public comment procedures. That is encouraging. It shows that the system isn't broken. It shows that it is capable of getting better. That willingness to listen and adapt is what gives providers confidence moving forward and what ultimately leads to better outcomes for veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hector Dominguez for Bexar County Military Veteran Services. Bexar County. Okay. He's not here. Art Crawford, Bandera County Committee on Aging.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners and everyone today. Thank you so much. I want to start by saying I would not want this committee's job or the staff that have to do that. I have a hard enough time dealing with my own budget every year. But I am here on behalf of Bandera County Committee on Aging. Last year we had applied for $400,000. We were reduced to $350,000. We had to come back earlier today to update the stats that you received earlier. As of today, we have spent 94.43% of our budget, and we've exceeded our numbers of unduplicated clients from 150 to 174, which left us a total of $13,997 for the next 3 months. So thank you for the additional $50,000 today that will finish out this year. Again, this year we applied for $400,000, and we have been reduced to $250,000. I understand the plight of your agency. I truly do. Just a few things that what this looks like to me. I'm not going to tell you about the plight of our veterans in rural counties. You all know, you know it well. You know it much better than I can explain it. That $250,000, if we prepare our budget at the 75% rate, that leaves us $187,500 to spend on the actual veterans, actual direct to veterans. And that leaves us with $62,500. We currently have 2 full-time staff that work on nothing but this grant. Actually, one of them is now part-time because last year we couldn't meet our 75% grant. So our agency decided to pay 20% of his salary to keep this grant and the work we do alive. Also, our agency decided to pay for the office rent, the utilities, the internet, and the insurance for this program. So we absorbed a lot of costs last year. With some of our other budget cuts to Meals on Wheels through the federal government this year, my fundraising has been directed straightly towards to fill that gap on Meals on Wheels. So if we receive the $250,000, I don't know that we can reduce the employee to our 2 employees to 1 employee and do the work that we need to do. So I would ask you to reconsider us for the full amount, or at least the $350, so we can continue as to where we're at now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Alexander with the Bexar County Military and Veteran Services. That was Bandera County Committee on Aging. Okay. Next is Robert Heckler, Castle Cares Community Ministries, doing business as the Warriors Refuge.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you again today. My name is Robert Heckler, and I'm the Executive Director for the Warriors Refuge, a part of Castle Cares Community Ministries. I'm here to ask you to reconsider our request of $400,000 for funding for fiscal year 2027, which we were not recommended for the mental health grant. We are currently funded for $200,000 this year, which has met a critical part in accomplishing our mission in the mental health area. And we want to continue our mission caring for the veteran mental health in our area. At the Warriors Refuge, our mission is centered on helping veterans rebuild their lives through stability, support, access to meaningful services. And one of the most critical parts of that mission is mental health care. Every day we work with veterans who are struggling with trauma, depression, anxiety, substance abuse, isolation, hopelessness, and the challenges that often come with transitioning back into civilian life and struggles along the way long after service. Many of the veterans we serve have nowhere else to go and no support system left outside of our organization. Through our counseling program, we provide professional mental health counseling, peer support, groups, classes, individual services designed specifically for veterans and the unique struggles they face. These are not just programs on paper. These are services that are actively changing and saving lives. We have seen veterans come to us at some of the lowest points of their lives and begin to find stability, healing, purpose, and hope again. Last year alone, our counseling program served 162 veterans. This year, we are on track to meet our goal of serving 200 veterans, and year to date, we have already served 133 veterans through counseling, peer support groups, and variety of classes. The needs continue to grow, and we continue to see firsthand how important these services are within our community. TVC funds provide us with the necessary tools, resources to continue accomplishing this mission. It allows us to maintain and expand access to quality mental health care services for veterans who may otherwise go without care. It helps ensure that veterans have access to trained professionals, peer support, and programs that are relevant to the real challenges that they are facing. We are grateful that the committee reviews reflect strong scores and multiple recommendations for our application. We believe that that reflects the strength of our program, the dedication of our staff, and the measurable impact that these services are having on the veterans that we serve every day. The reality is that programs like ours cannot operate at the level without the support from organizations like the Texas Veterans Commission. This funding is not just helpful to our mission, it is essential. It directly impacts on our ability to continue reaching veterans in crisis and providing the care, support, and services they need to recover and move forward. So I humbly request reconsideration of funding for this Veterans Mental Health Grant, even if at a lesser amount if necessary. On behalf of the Warriors Refuge, our staff, and most importantly, the veterans that we serve, I want to sincerely thank the Commission for your continued support of veteran services across this great state of Texas and for your consideration of our application today. We are grateful for the opportunity to continue partnering with TVC and serving those who have served our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have one question for you. It says that you support 6 counties, 5 in Region 5, which is the Gulf region, and 1 in Region 7, which is the East region. Which county do you serve in Region 7?
Jefferson County is the one that's far off.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next is Hannah Adams, Cornerstone Community Action Agency.
Thanks, Commission and the Advisory Committee. I apologize for Todd Liebum. He was on to speak. He had an emergency at home, so he didn't get to show up today. I want to verify, because I heard Irv say earlier that they were recommending $300,000 for Housing for Texas Heroes when the request was $4. Is that correct, Irv? Okay.
That is correct.
I wanted to verify what you said. So of that $400,000 that we requested, there was going to be 24 homes that are going to be rehabbed. In our service area, which is 11 county service area, 10 of them being rural, 4 of them are persistently poverty counties. There's an average of 9,000 homes that veterans live in that need to be rehabbed. The 24 is a drop in a bucket for those homes to be rehabbed. But if we are cutting it down to 300 instead of 400,000, there are some homes of veterans that will not be eligible to be rehabbed because there just won't be enough money. When we did the program last year, we did 11 homes at about $250,000. And those homes needed way more work than you could ever imagine. You know, you go in and you think, I'm going to do a little here or there. You go in, the electrical's bad, the plumbing's bad, and we won't leave a veteran's home unless we know it is safe and ready for them to go back and live in an environment that is meaningful to them. So we're humbly requesting that the $300,000 be reconsidered to $400,000. And also have another one that I'm speaking on that I'd be glad to go ahead and jump into if you would like for me to.
Yes, please. And that's your general assistance for financial assistance? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Same
Please
thing
speak to
there. $300,000 was the recommendation. The request was $400,000. We have been serving veterans for 61 years, 10 years with a partnership with the Texas Veterans Commission. Every year we meet our benchmarks and expend all the funds that are available to us. Always more veterans to serve than there are money to do. And so we are requesting of the $400,000, of the $300,000 recommendation, go back to the $400,000 to serve those veterans. And I'd be glad to answer any questions y'all may have.
Any questions, commissioners? No. Okay, Commissioner Wright.
Would you repeat the name of your organization?
Cornerstone Community Action Agency. Yes, sir. We were at a horse rehab when we got our last 2 checks.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Next is Sasha Camacho. She's virtual. Hey, Sasha. I can't hear you. We cannot hear you, unfortunately. Would you like me to come back? It's on her side. Okay. We'll come back to you. And just let me know when she's ready. Gina Ponce, Bexar County Military and Veteran Services.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Gina Ponce. I'm a Navy veteran and the case manager for Help to Vets with the Bexar County Military and Veteran Service Office. I'm here today to ask to be reconsidered for our financial assistance grant to assist our veterans here in the Bexar County. Bexar County has the largest veteran population in the state of Texas and is known as Military City, USA. Currently, TVC had a goal of 270 veterans that we were going to assist. We surpassed that goal by 381 veterans, dispersed $243,387.44. We still have $17,800 and some change left. Currently, with the veterans we've assisted veterans, active duty, surviving spouses, and dependents, all unduplicated. We have kept 95 families from eviction or utility disconnections. We currently help with vehicle repairs, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and everything in between. I also want to highlight that we are also working with our peer support team with the Justice Vets. Those are the most vulnerable vets because a lot of them don't have honorable discharges, which eliminates them from different agencies. We assist those veterans by keeping them housed or getting them situated. And I think that was it. Also in March, we did have an audit with TVC with zero findings. We want to be reconsidered for this financial assistance grant because it helps so many veterans in Bexar County. We have so many that are in need, and we're trying to figure out how to fund all these. And that is all for me. Thank you for listening. Hopefully you'll reconsider and give us the amount because it would be a disservice for Bexar County veterans. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? I do have one question for you, and you may not know the answer, but that's fine. Why did you file this grant under a general assistance grant and not as a Veteran County Service Office grant?
That's what we were told to do since we are part of Veteran County Service Office, but we were told to do it under the general assistance grant when we looked at the application. So we did it based on the previous one.
Okay. I'm not sure what that guidance was, but okay.
Yes, ma'am. Every county that applied, we called them to verify if they were the VCSO applying or not, and we were told it was not.
Okay. So that might be a Bexar County thing you need to talk about internally because you are the VCSO and they need to make sure if that corrected. Is because it is managed by the VCSO in Bexar County, not by Commissioner's Court. You need to, I would recommend next year to apply under that category.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Alma Zuniga? Is Sasha good? Sorry. Sasha, can we hear you? Can you speak up?
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you, Sasha.
Yay! Thank you for your patience. Okay, so commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sasha Camacho, and I am the executive director of Soliana Stables and the wife of a 33-year Air Force service member who is still serving his country today. This work is not just professional for me, it is personal. It is woven into my life, my family, my heart. Commissioners, I'm humbly asking for your reconsideration of the grant we submitted in the amount of $68,000 or a lesser amount, which was not recommended, so we can continue the work your investment has already built. This is not a new idea. This is a proven program, one that rose above its commitment and is ready to rise again. Soliana Stables is an equine assisted therapy program based in Brazoria County that serves veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses through our Horses for Heroes program. Last year, the commission placed its trust in us, and that trust changed lives. We committed to serving 24 unduplicated veterans. By the end of this cycle, we will have served 37 unduplicated veterans, exceeding our commitment by 54%. We committed to 166 individual sessions, and by the end of the cycle, we will have offered 188, exceeding that commitment by 13%. These aren't just numbers on a report. These are people who arrived carrying heavy burdens and left with renewed purpose and the strength to move forward. This past year, through partnerships with Camp Hope and the Warriors Refuge, we created a network of care that surrounds veterans with coordinated, compassionate, and consistent support. When one of us reaches a veteran, we all do. When you invest in Soliana Stables, you are strengthening the entire veteran care ecosystem. I understand how competitive this cycle was, but I also know this. Programs that are working, programs that are exceeding goals and changing lives are the foundation you build on, not the ones you step away from. We are ready to help bring new organizations into this work, but cannot support others if we are not standing ourselves. I want to speak directly to sustainability because I know it matters to this commission. Our operating budget is supported by individual donors, corporate partners, and foundations. But TVC funding has been essential to our Horses for Heroes program. Without it, two things happen immediately. First, veterans will reach out for help, and for the first time, we will have to say, I'm sorry, we can't help you. No one here wants to be the reason a veteran hears those words. And second, the referral pipeline we've built with Camp Hope and the Warriors Refuge will break down at the exact moment it's serving the most veterans, leaving the very people who need us most with nowhere to go. This week, I spoke with our partner, the Warriors Refuge, about what our program has meant to their veterans, and his answer spoke directly to the core of our mission. He said, Soliana Stables is a lifeline for our veterans, a place where healing becomes possible, stability returns, and hope takes root again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alma Zuniga, Bexar County Military and Veteran Services.
Woo!
I don't know what that was, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alma Zuniga. I'm a licensed master social worker, a Texas Veterans Commission MVPN certified peer service coordinator, and a member of the Bexar County Military and Veteran Service team. I am respectfully requesting reconsideration for renewal for our peer support program to help us continue serving Bexar County and the 5 surrounding counties that we serve. According to the VA's data, VetPop 2023, Bexar County now has the largest veteran population in Texas and the 4th largest in the nation. The need here is great, and so is our responsibility. Each year, our department interacts with thousands of veterans. In fiscal year 2025, we served 4,345 individuals, and we've already reached 3,289 in fiscal year 2026. Working alongside our VSOs and MSOs, the Veteran Treatment Courts, Bexar County Jail Programs, and our community partners, we identify veterans who need support and walk with them until the needs are met. Across the last 2 grant cycles, our peer support program has provided services to 467 unduplicated clients and facilitated 205 events and activities. Many of them simple, low-cost opportunities like weekly dog walks that create connection and consistency. Through State Bill 2938, we expanded this work to justice-involved veterans. Every week, we visit incarcerated veterans, assess their needs, and help them prepare for life upon release. Inside the jail, we've introduced group sessions and watercolor painting to promote stress reduction, mindfulness, and a sense of community. Our mission across all activities is the same: reduce isolation, build connection, and strengthen well-being. We are exceeding our goals, and participation continues to climb. Based on current trends, our program may double in size within the next 2 years, but numbers alone don't tell the story. My colleague Roger and I take a holistic, non-clinical approach that addresses physical, mental, emotional, financial, and social well-being. Often a single outreach call becomes the doorway to identifying deeper needs. One veteran reached out during a moment of crisis. After de-escalating the situation, we learned he was isolated, financially struggling, and severely underrated in his VA benefits. We brought him into our peer support group, coordinated rental assistance to prevent homelessness, and connected him with a VSO. His rating increased from 10% to 100% total and permanent disability, and he remains an active, engaged participant today. This is not just a program, this is a community, a mission-ready network of veterans serving one another. The renewal of this grant is critical to ensuring veterans continue receiving the support they need as they work towards stability, healing, and rebuilding their lives. Without it, veterans risk losing a trusted support system during some of their most vulnerable moments. With your continued support, we can continue and strengthen our peer support program to meet the growing mental health needs of veterans and their families throughout Bexar County and surrounding counties. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ana Corrales. She was in person. Okay. Judge John Roach. Valor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Roach. I am the elected judge of the 296th District Court in Collin County, Texas. I'm the volunteer presiding judge of the North Texas Veterans Court, which is the first and largest regional veterans court in the country. And I am the volunteer founder and program director for the Valor program. I'm going to confine my comments to the Valor program. It was not recommended for renewal. I started the Valor program about 10 years ago as a judge because I had a choice seeing a struggling veteran who's in the criminal justice system, and that choice was to send them to the penitentiary or send them back out on the streets. I decided that wasn't appropriate, and so I created the Valor program. The Valor program is an in-custody, inpatient, full-time rehabilitation program for justice-involved veterans in Texas. This is not a regional program that tracks my regional veterans court. It is open to Texas judges and Texas veterans throughout the entire state. To date, we have served 70 separate counties around the state. And a lot of times for those counties that are the smaller rural counties that we've been talking about with some of the presenters here today, those rural counties have nothing else to send their veterans to but to the veterans program. It's a 6-month program, and it is run by full-time licensed professional counselors. When that veteran is in the program, again, it's in the Collin County Jail, they'll receive weekly individual counseling, EMDR, art therapy, music therapy. Next week, they'll go out to equine therapy for a week. There's nothing like it at all. We exceeded our expectations from our grant application last year. We have served 67 veterans this year. We were projected to do 40. And so that's about 167% over our numbers. And we're coming in at about 75% of the expenditure. So we're exceeding our expectations, but not the money. It is critical that we have this money. I know everybody does. It's critical for everybody. It's absolutely amazing what's going on in this room, how helping Texas veterans is such a core belief here in Texas. But without this money, this money coming from the TVC goes directly to our licensed professional counselors, and we'll lose that without the money. 30% of our veterans who come into the Valor program are homeless. They're homeless. 100% of them have a housing plan when they leave based upon our case management. I couldn't do all the things that I do, whether that's Veterans Court or Valor or anything else I do for veterans, without each of you and your hard and unappreciated and unpaid work that you do. And so I do on behalf of everybody in the region that I work in and through the Valor program. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to Texas veterans. I know this is a hard decision, but we need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Kelch, Goodwill, Central Texas. In person. Oh, there we are.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'll tell you, next time if I do this, I'm signing up earlier because asking for more money after hearing about all those great programs makes me feel really greedy. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. So I'm a case manager with the Veterans Program at Goodwill of Central Texas, and I'm here to advocate for more money like everybody else. I'm a veteran myself, should say, Army, although I did very seriously consider the Navy, so if that helps. At our program, at Goodwill, we give area veterans, area meaning in Travis, Williamson, Hayes, and Bastrop County, short-term, non-emergency financial assistance. We pay a bill here and there, we pay a month of rent, we fill up a gas tank, we buy groceries. And we feel that this kind of intervention can very often prevent a bump in the road from escalating into a crisis. Some situation where a veteran would need, these many, much more serious and involved programs. And we think that's really valuable. And we've built a pipeline. We've built like a community. Veterans, they know that we offer this service. We've partnered with the TVC for quite a long time now. If you were to look back at our first application, you would see the name Eugene Edwards as the case manager. Well, he's now our director of this kind of mission programming. So it's been a long-term partnership. In the 2024 and 2025 grant year, we were able to distribute over $200,000 to over 100 unduplicated veterans. And this year, with a little bit less funding, we're on track to hit about 60 veterans this month. We should get to that, and we should easily be able to spend all of our allotted award, and probably a lot more. We think that this is a critical gap, and we would definitely like the resources to better fill it, and hopefully y'all will consider that request. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Next, I think Anthony DeKaiser, you already spoke, correct? Or you don't need to speak again? Okay, thank you. And then Travis Gladhill, East Texas Veterans Community Council, doing business as Camp V.
It's like the TVC Hunger Games. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Colonel Palladino. I am retired Master Sergeant Travis Gladhill. I'm the Executive Director of East Texas Veterans Community Council, which does business as Camp V because it's easier to say. I'm here to urge the Commission to approve our 26-27 General Assistance Grant for the full $250,000 as requested. Camp V was created in response to the 2017 TVC study that identified East Texas with the second largest veteran concentration, yet we have the least amount of resources. Since opening our doors in 2019, Camp V has become the primary veteran assistance organization within East Texas, evidenced by the fact that we are now assisting on average of almost 700 veterans a month with services such as disability assistance, mental health counseling, housing, transportation, employment, financial assistance, equine therapy, service dog training, and much, much more. East Texas veterans have come to rely on Camp V for service, connection, and hope. So much so that last year alone, we directly prevented 183 veterans from becoming homeless. And we have had 53 veterans come back to our organization without us even asking to inform us that because of what we did to assist them, they decided not to take their own life. Our TVC grant request of $250,000 is for general assistance, will provide emergency financial assistance that is desperately needed within our 14 county coverage area, covering over 9,800 square miles that is either rural or highly rural. And as you know, this area also ranks the highest of the suicide rate here in Texas. In addition to the monetary assistance, all of our applicants receive financial planning and employment assistance in order to address the cause instead of the symptom and improve their situation over long term. This is a mandatory requirement whenever you walk into our office asking for financial assistance. Our key performance indicator of success with utilizing TVC funds will show that as of last month, CAMV has already exceeded our targeted goal for our current grant cycle. And we also had our compliance inspection and received 0 write-ups, and the inspector said that we were one of the best organizations he had ever seen. I know that the purse strings are tight. Taking those words right out of Commissioner Wright's mouth there, I know they're tight. However, if you were to look at the coverage area, you'll notice that CAMV in the 14 counties that we cover, we are the only organization out there in that area doing the work for these veterans for the financial assistance program. CAMV answered the call when TVC identified the need for more veteran resources in East Texas. We're now asking the TVC to help us continue to answer that call and approve us for the full amount requested of $250,000 for the 26-27 grant cycle. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Oh, Commissioner, right.
Well, and it's probably more for us. Camp V's not listed. Is this East Texas Council of Governments?
No, sir. That is East Texas Veterans Community Council.
And it has in parentheses Camp V next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's line 5, Commissioner Wright, on general assistance.
Oh, there it is. Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that concludes the list of people I had seen sign up. If you signed up and you thought I was supposed to call you, please let me know. Is there anyone online or anyone in the room that I missed? Well, thank you for everyone's participation. I'm really, I appreciate you guys coming out and speaking with us and sharing what you guys do for veterans. Okay, so now it's back to the commissioners, and we're going to take a look at the recommendations for this area. Did we have ability to look at the needs assessment?
Ma'am, you requested the regional summary?
Yes, the regional summary.
Let me check. I know Joe was working trying to get it up. Let me stand by. We're ready to go, ma'am. We're just trying to get it projected.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and so commissioners, I do want you to also take a look at the region summary to see how each region laid out with how many grants were recommended per region that line up to the top 3 needs that came out of our needs assessment. And so with that, you can definitely see some regions didn't have as many. And that's also because there wasn't as many applicants.
Correct.
Okay. However, those regions also line up well with a lot of applicants in the Veteran County Service Officer category. So I'm going to keep that in mind while we do this. Okay. So with that, commissioners, let me take a look at my motions here. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, we're ready to project.
Oh, you want to show that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No, the region summary tab, please. Thank you. Oh, wow. Zoom back. Can you zoom out again? I can't see everything. So this is just high level, Tom. So it looks like, small business support services is a top 3 need for at least 4 regions in the state and is listed as one of the top 3 statewide needs. And with very few organizations providing that service, though now with that new VBOC program, we might be able to provide that as an agency. Okay. Okay. And then elder care also, to me, highlights some regions that, right, Region 1 and Region 7, that's their number 1. And we didn't have any applicants in those categories in those regions, correct? No, there was a few in a couple other regions, but not in those 2 regions. Clinical counseling looks like we have solid coverage across all the regions, both with the statewide grants and with the region recommendations. Non-clinical, Region 1, a little concerning. We didn't have any applications for that, but we had statewide though.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Do we have the numbers that match up with these? And then do we have our total numbers of what we've approved already today?
What do you mean the numbers?
So with each of these grants, this is just the number of grants.
That's right.
What do they total to?
Oh, the dollar amount? I don't have that right now, but you could look at it in each of the regions if you want, each of the region tabs. But the only one we approved in here was the VCSO line so far. The rest.
One I'm a little bit concerned about because we had a bunch of no's in the Region 4 and there don't appear to be a lot of grants. But this all comes down to, I hate to say it, but how much money do we have to play with right now?
Yeah.
I should say that more professionally.
No, but it comes down to, we may have a lot more applicants in one category than another, but we're not meeting the top needs of our veterans. And it doesn't mean that they're not providing great services. It's just not the top need of what the veteran in that area needs.
Now, another thing, and I have noticed this in the past, as we've taken a category, for example, small business support has never been up there in terms of needs like it has been before. As more firms, more nonprofits that are doing this work realize this, I think next year, the year after, we'll see an increase in grants in those categories, just kind of organic growth.
Yeah, and I think, Tom, maybe we could also do outreach with the VCSOs and encourage them to submit programs in the region, in the categories of the need in their region, rather than maybe just an area they're used to providing services in. Okay.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the committee. So we worked really hard of trying to align, and that was part of our feedback last year to the team, which, in my opinion, did a good job of getting more communication out there of organizations should apply. And Commissioner Wright, to your point, I think aligning it, and Madam Chair, the same thing of aligning to those needs. Sometimes what we saw was they weren't aligned to the top needs for some of them. They were just needing that money for what they were seeing in their community. So it was challenging for us to align all the different metrics that y'all are now looking at for our small mighty team, which spent a lot of hours. This grant cycle was like nothing before. We spent a lot of time as a committee looking at this to ensure that we brought the best possible product. And it pains us to hear, when they say, hey, we need the money, we get it. But as you mentioned, so this is where, my marketing hat comes in, go buy more Texas Veteran Lottery tickets so we can give more to provide these needs, because we know it's needed. But at the same time, to your point, Commissioner Wright, is there's only so much money that we had to. So our committee, as y'all know, maximized every penny that was presented to us to ensure that we gave y'all the best possible product.
Your part of the process is as much art as it is science.
Absolutely. And reading these applications and hearing from them, even when we did our evaluations, it pulls on our heartstrings too, and trying to align the mission and the guidance from you all as commissioners and the TVC staff to ensure that we maximize these dollars across the state.
Thank you. And so those numbers that you see on the screen, that's based off of what was recommended out of the committee. I mean, obviously there was more grants recommended than this, but these are the ones that met the top needs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know. We can see it in each tab too. Yes. Yes. Okay, so with that, commissioners, we'll take each of the remaining three categories that the advisory committee recommended, and we'll vote on those, and then we can go back to different categories as needed. So with agenda item 5F5, hold on 1 second. Do I hear a motion? We're actually going to take all three of them together because it was one big recommendation presented all together. So do I hear a motion to approve the fiscal year 2027 Housing for Texas Heroes, Veteran Mental Health, and General Assistant grant applications as recommended by the FVA Advisory Committee? Do I hear a motion?
So
Bit
moved.
of a point of order. Did we finish and vote on the committee's recommendation
Second.
for general assistance?
We are doing that right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought we were going backwards.
No, we are. What'd you say? You have to use your microphone, please. Okay.
So sorry.
So the question was, did we take a previous vote on this? And the answer is no, this is the vote. So we are voting on the recommendations of the committee for Housing for Texas Heroes, Veteran Mental Health, and General Assistance in one vote as presented. And we have a motion from Commissioner Dale and a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion on the recommended lists as presented to us from the advisory committee? Yes, Commissioner Wright.
And I will come back to my concern with the state of Texas VFW getting more money than they've ever spent. And just recommending them at $250 instead of $400.
Are you making a motion for that?
I think I'm amending the motion.
Yes.
As I followed this process. So I'm amending the motion.
So you move to amend the motion to
Reduce their grant request to $250,000
from 400.
from $400.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Motion fails due to lack of second. Is there any other motions? Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so with that, I'd like to call Michelle up so we could take a look at the funding available and the funding spent so far. And then we can go back and look at any other recommended grants that we would like to change or non-recommended.
For the record, my name is Michelle Nall, Chief Financial Officer for the Texas Veterans Commission. I don't have specific detail on but if you're asking,
I apologize. We can pull up. Irv, is it your team member that has that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize.
We have it.
Michelle.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you there for a second. We'll have you pull this up. Thank you. Okay. I got to turn around. Sorry. And this includes the small amendments that we made previously. Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
Cass
Yes.
County's in there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other ones from the previous, the extensions, those are all in here. Oh, this is just current awards. Okay. And that remaining balance is remaining even with the amendments with the extensions.
The amendments or the funds expended through items D and E were accounted for. And then when we made the Pecan Valley, we went back to those. We did confirm the $40,899,000 with the CFO in this number, ma'am. So this is correct at this time.
So we would have $3,135,000 remaining to award on top of what was awarded so far, and still keep all of our contingencies the way we had it before.
Yes.
Yes.
Eyes with the CFO. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't have to, but we can award this amount. Yes,
ma'am.
Michelle, you want to come up and just do one little clarification with us?
again, for the record, it's Michelle Null, Chief Financial Officer. That $3 million does not have to be fully awarded.
Okay. But
Whatever
if we award it, we will have all of,
yes, the 40 million, the beginning number was the number that took into account the additional funding request for the 25-26 grant period. And then what has been approved, the 37.7, leaving the 3.1. So that can either be fully awarded or whatever is not obligated will be used for future grant awards.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, go ahead, Tom.
So, Michelle, does that mean that the total is the $40,899,000 plus $3,135,000 together? That would be the total?
No, sir. No. The 40 million is after I didn't have my thing. The agenda that we did the additional
amendments.
Additional amendments. That is the 40 million, reducing the current grant cycle. The 40 million, reducing the 37.7, leaves an available balance of 3.1 million to use however the commissioners choose.
So it was 37 million in the 764 plus whatever the total is for the amendments.
Well, the amendments, it's already accounted for in that 40 million. It's not on, the amendments are not on this sheet.
Because they were in the previous grant year.
They were in the previous round. So we already did that first agenda item and came to this 40,899,000.
Math confuses me, I guess.
Yes, sir. I think the total when we first started and came into the meeting, we had $42.63 million in change. Okay. After the amendments were awarded, we came down to $40,899,000. Okay. And that is the balance, the 3 million.
So the 3 million is the difference between the 40 million and the 37.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Okay. So with this 3.135, we'll keep this up for a bit. Commissioners, we can now go back to any category, but let's start in order. So let's go to the Veteran Treatment Court. And commissioners, are there any grantees in the veteran treatment court category and or ones not recommended you would like for consideration. I will accept any motion at this time.
Make a motion that the Texas Veterans Commission award Tom Green County $45,000 and Hayes County $200,000.
Okay. So I hear you, Commissioner Hernandez. You move to award Tom Green County $45,000 and Hayes County $200,000. I will second your motion.
Correct.
I will second your motion for discussion. Commissioners, do we want to stay at that amount or give them additional funding above that?
I'm good with that amount.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm good with that amount. I didn't hear anything different today saying that they needed more. So,
okay. With that, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. And I would like to make a motion to amend the grant amount awarded to Ellis County to $200,000. Veteran Treatment Court, yes. You second? Oh, you're right. But I would like to award Ellis County $200,000 instead of $180,000. That is my motion. Okay. Any discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. And as we go through these organizations, if you feel like your grant should have more dollars, we do have the grant amendment process. You did sit through 27 of them earlier in the meeting. That is an opportunity as you start performing to come back, and we will hear those. And there is always some type of money that is available after we do all this. So we will encourage you to do that because we do want to help as many veterans as possible, but we want to give every organization a chance that we can. Okay. Moving on to the next category, which is the VCSO category. And is this the new number after we just made those two motions? Thank you. Any commissioners want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to fully fund Zapata County. We saw earlier they've exceeded our, meeting over 100% of what they're doing. Had to come back to get more funds to get them to the amount that they've requested here to continue to serve. So I would recommend both of those at the $400,000 and $300,000.
Can you be very specific?
Zapata County Housing for Texas Heroes, $400,000. Zapata County Financial Assistance VCO, $300,000.
I second your motion. Commissioners, any discussions on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Any other motions?
Not yet. We can go back if needed, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to motion for Hidalgo County $200,000 for clinical mental health.
For non-clinical mental health?
Non-clinical mental health.
I'll second that.
Commissioners, any discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I move to fund Webb County Transportation Services at $176,000.
I'll second that.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Let me look at it.
Commissioner Wright, did you vote on that one?
Yes. Aye. Sorry.
The motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I can make a motion. I can make a motion for TVC to award Harris County $200,000 for financial assistance.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to fund Harris County Veteran County Service Office Financial Assistance Grant. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Where are we at? Let me look.
Yeah.
It is updated. Okay. Any more in this category for now? We can come back at the end if you want. Okay. Any changes in the Veteran Mental Health Service Dog Program? They were all funded, but not all at fully amount. Just wanted to ask if anybody wanted anything in that category.
Not.
Okay. Veterinary services was fully funded. Now, if we want to take a look at each region. We could take a look at Region 1.
I was just going to ask.
You could do it by category, but I'd prefer to do it by region because I want to make sure that we're covering the needs of each region.
Yeah, then the last regions, we run out of money by the time we get to them.
Then you could jump around to which region you would like to talk about.
And statewide.
Or statewide. And if you notice, if in the statewide and the region tabs at the on the first column, it's noted if it's a top 3 need of either the state or that region.
I got so many notes here. Let me see. I'm not sure where some of these folks are. I wanted to talk about Easter seals. I don't know what region that is.
Depends on which Easter seals.
Of Houston.
There's several of them. Of Houston,
That we're here
it's
today.
Region 5, number 41, or number 43. But it's row 41.
In Region 5?
Yes, in Region 5. I'm looking at Region 2, Commissioners. This is just where I'm looking at. And I move to fund Grace After Fire for $97,000.
Second motion.
Okay, thank you. Grace After Fire is meeting one of the top 3 needs of Region 2. And it is... And there's no other non-clinical mental health providers in this region that was awarded. Like there's only one other. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Grace After Fire, non-clinical mental health for $97,000. was just approved.
Let's go to Region 6. I'd like to propose Heroes Night Out for 165 and Cove House for a partial of 150.
Madam Chair, can we ask the Commission to just tell us what category that is?
It's in the not recommended general category. Heroes Night Out 165, financial assistance, Cove House emergency homeless shelter, homeless veteran support, and now I can't remember what I said, 150.
Yes, I believe that's what you said. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Can I ask the reasoning behind that? They're not meeting any of the top 3 needs.
Well, actually, I read through both of these, and it doesn't say that's the top. They cover several areas regarding the financial assistance on both of these when I read through their applications. But it's not specifically related to clinical and mental or some of the other ones in this region, but they do cover several of those same items in some of these. They cover a lot. And then you've got, I know Heroes Night Out, they cover 12 different counties. And then Cove House, we heard from, I believe, we heard from today too. The issue there was they just didn't have their website updated.
I don't think that's the only reason. I mean, this is in ranked order. So the sheet that you're seeing there is showing them in the order in which they were ranked and recommended by the committee.
Okay.
And the column all the way to the right tells you how many in that committee
You want to do
recommended
these
them.
one at a time then?
Sure. So that motion has a second. Do we want to amend the motion, or do you want
You
to?
can amend it. Let's start with Heroes Night Out
Okay, we'll split the motion. We'll do Heroes Night Out.
at 165 for financial assistance.
For 165? Okay. We are now voting on a motion to fund General Assistance Grant Heroes Night Out for $165,000 for financial assistance. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed, nay. The motion passes. Heroes Night Out was funded for $165,000. We're still in the middle of her motion. Do you have a question?
No, I'm fine. I'll withdraw the rest of my motion.
Okay, withdrawn. Continue.
So you can go.
To fund Collin County non-VSO, that was number 49 under the veteran mental health, and it was a number 1 need in Region 8.
You have to turn your microphone on, please.
Sorry, thought I had hit that. And as mentioned, that's actually Valor that's serving a 70 county area, so I'm not quite sure why that's not listed as statewide, but it's not, but they can fix that next year.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wright, can you tell me which one that is again?
Number 49, line 49 on the veteran mental health.
It is listed as a statewide grant.
Is it? Okay.
It's on statewide, number 49.
But it is also a need statewide as well.
And I'm sorry, what was your motion?
To fully fund their Valor program.
You have to be specific.
400,000, sorry.
So the motion is to fund Collin County non-VCO veteran mental health grant for $400,000 for clinical counseling. Is
Yes,
that the
ma'am.
motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
I do.
Second.
Yeah, we have a second. So for discussion, Would you like to speak on your motion?
It is a little bit different in that it is funding a justice-involved veterans program that is available statewide. It served 70 counties, but the other part of it that struck me as the most important, we're trying to serve rural areas, and this is a way to get rural areas more involved in the veteran treatment court program. It's a very intense program. It's for those justice involved, and they are housed in the Collin County Jail.
Thank you.
With a little bit of luck and a little bit of schmoozing, we're going to get the Collin County commissioners to put up a little more money for it. But
So Tom, I have a question. So some of these categories like clinical counseling, non-clinical counseling, as we're hearing from those organizations, they comment often on, we're tied with our veteran treatment court, or we do judicial support. And it's really hard for us to tell that when we look at these organizations. And maybe this is an opportunity for the RFA for the next cycle to kind of put that in there. Because if we're going to fund a veteran treatment court and then we don't fund the counseling programs that work with that veteran treatment court, it may hinder the success of those courts. And it's hard to see, looking at these, which ones do that.
That's a very good point. And I think we can revise the RFA to make that connection between if one organization supports another, especially the best example is what you just described. The Veteran Treatment Court has a support network.
Yes. Okay. Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor? So this is, as a reminder, Collin County non-VCO for $400,000. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, let's see where we are. Ooh.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can interrupt your thought.
Yes.
As we've gone under $1 million, looking at some of the smaller ones under the general grant category, line 122, wheelchairs for warriors, I would like to recommend funding for $103,000.
General assistance. Which line are you talking about?
122.
So your motion is to fund Wheelchair for Warriors for $100,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
A second.
Would you just like to speak on your motion?
In reading through all of the grants, this is the only one that's providing direct support for our veterans that need wheelchair adaptability. I was almost a little bit surprised nobody else is kind of stepping up in that category. I know they work statewide, although I don't know if the grant is statewide. Can't quite figure out where it is.
It is.
Here. And like the name says, it's Wheelchairs for Warriors, which I have seen up in North Texas a big need for on occasion. And making sure it's not just a wheelchair, that's easy to do, but it's customizing and adapting that wheelchair to that specific veteran. And from what I was taught, not through this program, but another one, they put me in a chair and then they put me in an adapted training chair, and it was night and day for our veterans.
And so what I'm looking at in these categories, so I see only one funded grant for assisted technology, and that is a statewide grant. And then this would be a second. And I'm comparing. I'm curious about the cost. So Project Mend for $400,000 will serve 600 veterans. But Wheelchairs for Warriors for $100,000 will only serve 8. So I'm curious the difference there. I would rather fully fund Project Mend than fund a different organization, because Project Mend wasn't fully funded. They're only getting $225,000.
I'm not sure. Is Project Mend doing the same services?
They're providing a system technology. I am aware of what they do. They do provide wheelchairs and many other types of equipment to disabled veterans.
Yep.
So would we like to take a motion on funding Wheelchairs for Warriors? We'd like to take a vote.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm in that general page, line 52.
Yes.
I believe this was the one I was looking for when I was reading through the application and the amendment. They were performing at 128% and asked for more money, but yet they were not recommended, even though 7 people voted for them for any money. So I'll make a motion for Easter Seals of Greater Houston of $100,000 for financial assistance.
I'll second the motion for discussion. I'm looking Region 5 and Region 6.
Madam Chair, what is the motion?
Restate your motion, please, Mary.
It's Easter Seals of Greater Houston for $100,000 for financial assistance. They were performing at 128% and came back for more money, but were not recommended this grant cycle.
Thank you.
Do we have a second on your motion?
I thought you seconded it.
I think I did. Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
I will second that.
Okay. All those in favor of funding Easter Seals of Greater Houston General Assistance Grant for financial assistance for $100,000? Let's take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, can we go back to Project Mend?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, where?
To Project Mend. It's in general assistance. It is number 81 on row 68. Commissioner Hernandez, do you have a motion?
Make a motion for the amount recommended.
We already have funded this grant for $225,000. They requested $400,000. Is your motion to fund them at $400,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Commissioner Hernandez moves to fund General Assistance Grant Project Mend for assistive technology for $400,000. I second the motion. Would you like to speak on your motion, Commissioner Hernandez? Or is it for the reasons?
No, we were comparing Commissioner's Wright's recommendation. Forgetting what the name of it was, the organization, and Project Men. And I believe Project Men services more veterans. Is that correct?
Yes, based off of the grant application.
And that would be my motion. 400,000.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, let's take a look where we're at. Okay.
I have a note on Andrew's behavioral health. Let me look at
I appreciate everyone's patience as we're working.
We can go to the veterans' mental health.
Okay, can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sorry. I know my computer's way over here, but my microphone's over here. Veterans' mental health page, line 43. I guess I need confirmation. Is this Andrews Center, the Andrews Behavioral Health? Okay. And it looks like they service statewide 254, had a very high ranking, were recommended by 7 folks. I'd like to recommend Andrews Center for clinical counseling at $150,000.
I'll second your motion. Would you like to speak on your motion, or you have anything else?
Well, I know we had somebody speaking earlier. Believe they needed some funding. If they couldn't get the whole thing, they were asking for a little bit to hire an additional counselor. So I'd like to try to help them out if I can.
Okay, excellent. Any other conversation, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes.
We're good as long as you don't go into a sack dance. We needed a little humor to lighten up the crowd.
I move to fund in veteran mental health Soliana Stables for $60,000 for non-clinical mental health.
Second.
Okay. And again, we did hear about this. It does provide services in Region 5. And Region 5 does not have any non-clinical counseling specific to the area. They have to rely on statewide. And this would provide at least one source of non-clinical mental health support. Yep. And with Grace Under Fire, which we just previously approved, it would add a second one. So that is the reason for my motion.
You two have nailed my last 2 notes. Good job. We're all thinking alike.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Are we aligned, commissioners, that we try to want to use as much money as we can just to get started? Okay. I know there's
Madam Chair,
yes,
I'd
Commissioner.
like to make a motion on the housing for Texas Heroes, Habitat for Humanity, Smith County, 200,000.
Where are we? I'm sorry. Housing.
So your motion is to fund Habitat for Humanity of Smith County for Housing for Texas Heroes. How much do you recommend?
200,000.
For 200,000.
And Waco, Habitat for Humanity, 200,000.
Okay. I hear your motion.
That's my motion.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, we have a second. So would you like to speak on your motion?
Habitat is volunteers, kind of a ministry to help veterans build a house or modify a house. And they do it as a ministry with volunteers. Habitat for Humanity.
Okay. Can I add some addition on there? Habitat for Humanity Smith County provides support for Region 7. There's only one other local Housing for Texas Heroes organization providing for that region. There's, of course, statewide, but that's the only other local one. So this would add one more organization to support Housing for Texas Heroes in Region 7. And then the Waco one, we do have other Habitat for Humanity in that region. However, I think what I've found is some of these regions are so large and involve both a lot of rural and then a gigantic city like Austin or a gigantic city like Dallas. Just saying you have 3 may not be adequate because the ones that we have funded already are in the big cities. And having Waco, though some people may call that a big city, it's still not Austin or Dallas or Fort Worth. So I applaud your recommendation. So
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I'm looking at, they got a high ranking. Looks like they were recommended by 7, just didn't make the cut. Yeah.
all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. I think
And that should take us.
that will take us down to
47,000.
pretty much where,
Yep.
At this point, do you want to consider maybe some of these small grant organizations that are looking for a small amount that may be new to our grant program? So you'll see some that are asking for 25,000 that might be well ranked. So just for consideration.
Yeah, we can look.
Madam Chair, did you have one in mind?
Not off the top of my head. I'm just looking.
I think I've only seen one.
Oh yeah, where's that? Which category is that? So commissioners, do we feel we're complete with this agenda item? Are there any other motions?
I don't think so. Can't really find anything else.
Well, thank you everyone for your support. I know there may be some organizations that may be a little disappointed they may not have gotten funding either to their full amount or funded this year that they may have in the past. That is not a reflection on the great work that you do. We do have to focus on the needs of certain regions and making sure we're funding those areas. We do encourage people to reapply in next year, and we want to basically try to support as many veterans and support the needs that they need across the state as best we can. So thank you for everything you do for veterans. With that, we'll move on. I believe that is the last, well, maybe not. That's not the last agenda item. So Irv, is there anything we need to wrap up this agenda item?
Yes, ma'am. We were going to read all the awarded by category.
You're going to show them on the screen?
As well, too, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to read one by one everything that was awarded with the dollar amount, and you're going to show it on the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Meanwhile, while you were doing that, I would like to personally thank Richard and Omar and your entire committee for all the hard work that you did on this advisory committee. It is no small task, and we appreciate all of your volunteer support you do on behalf of veterans.
So, Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to allow myself, Omar, and the rest of our committee to serve the great state of Texas in this capacity. So we hope we did you proud, and thank you all for all you do for us.
Absolutely. And congratulations on your daughter graduating 6th grade. Okay. Joanna, I'll turn it over to you, or Irv, if you want to go ahead and read.
Yes, ma'am. Me and Joe are going to take turns going through each category, and also they'll be projected on the screen. So Veterans Treatment Court, these are awarded organizations. Collin County, $400,000. Collin County Misdemeanor Court, $100,000. Bexar County Commissioners Court, $269,000. Comal County, $235,000. Dallas County, $300,000. Bexar County Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court, $400,000. Denton County, $327,000. Galveston County, $176,000. Bell County, $140,000. El Paso County, $400,000. Guadalupe County, $110,000. Travis County, $50,000. Potter County, $81,000. Webb County, $300,000. Tarrant County, $397,000. City of Dallas, $53,000. McLennan County, $100,000. Williamson County, $360,000. Montgomery County, $261,000. Nueces County, $200,000. Ellis County, $200,000. Tom Green County, $45,000. Hayes County, $200,000. That's the Veteran Treatment Court. Joanna.
We will go to the VCO tab. Awarded for Veteran County offices, El Paso County, $285,000. Hayes County, $315,000. Harris County, $400,000. Cass County Financial Assistance, $400,000. Cass County HTX, $400,000. B County, $50,000. Montgomery County, $100,000. Polk County, $235,000. Cameron County, $400,000. Camp County, $385,000. Wilson County, $214,000. San Patricio County, $100,000. Hidalgo County, $400,000. Bell County, $400,000. Trinity County Financial Assistance, $189,000. Trinity County HTX, $100,000. Caldwell County, $100,000. Valverde County, $89,000. Polk County, $100,000. Willacy County, $150,000. Williamson County, $300,000. Harris County, $200,000. Zapata County, HTX, $400,000. Zapata County Financial Assistance, $300,000. Webb County, $176,000. That is all awarded Veteran County Office grants. We will go to the VMH service dogs.
Thank you.
Austin Dog Alliance, $350,000. Patriot Paws Service Dogs, $400,000. Canine Companions for Independence, $300,000. Those are our Veteran Mental Health Service Dog Program awards. Next, we will go to the Veteran Pet Services New General Assistance Program. Spay Neuter Network, $300,000. Disabled American Veterans of Texas Service Foundation, $93,000. We will now go to the Housing for Texas Heroes grants. HTX, Permian Basin Regional Planning Commission, $275,000. City of Harlingen, $275,000. Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity, $250,000. Austin Habitat for Humanity, $100,000. Northeast Texas Habitat for Humanity, $200,000. City of Laredo, $250,000. Operation Finally Home, $375,000. Jeff Davis County, $200,000. Houston Habitat for Humanity, $350,000. Cornerstone Community Action Agency, $300,000. Fort Hood Area Habitat for Humanity, $250,000. Rebuilding Together Houston, $300,000. Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, Coastal Bend, $350,000. Colorado County Habitat for Humanity, $100,000. Garland Area Habitat for Humanity, $250,000. Alamo Area Council of Governments, $275,000. City of Dallas, $70,000. City of Fort Worth, $300,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, $300,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $300,000. Community Action Corporation of South Texas, $124,000. Habitat for Humanity of Williamson County, $170,000. Cove House Emergency Homeless Shelter, $250,000. Brazos Valley Community Action Programs, $56,000. Habitat for Humanity of Smith County, $200,000. Waco Habitat for Humanity, $200,000. Those are the Housing for Texas Heroes grants awarded.
Ma'am, can I get I need to clarify the Veterans County Service Office real quick before I continue.
Yes, please.
All right.
No.
It's tracked. I just didn't read it. It's To clarify, to return to Veteran County Service Offices, Hidalgo County was calculated and awarded $200,000 non-clinical counseling, which means there are 26 Veteran County Service Office awards. The numbers are still correct. We will go on to Veterans Mental Health.
Ready to continue, ma'am?
I'm ready. Thank you.
All right. Veterans Mental Health awards. Heart of Texas Regional MHMR Center, $120,000. Synacor Foundation, $200,000. Baylor Research Institute, $400,000. Rock Ride-On Center for Kids, $183,000. Family Endeavors, $300,000. Family Service Center of Galveston County, $150,000. Henry's Home, Horse, and Human Sanctuary, $150,000. Project Amistad, $200,000. United States.
Continue. We just have a hot mic.
United States Veterans Initiative, $250,000. Frontera Healthcare Network, $65,000. Pecan Valley MHMR Region, $400,000. Samaritan Center for Counseling and Pastoral Care, $400,000. West Texas Counseling and Guidance, $400,000. eQuest, $120,000. Jake E's Riding Roundup, $135,000. Fort Bend County Non-VCSO, $100,000. Texana Center, $40,000. Katy Christian Ministries, $50,000. After Military Service Camp Shield, $150,000. Caritas Austin, $38,000. PTSD Foundation of America, $300,000. Bluebonnet Trails Community MHMR Center, $45,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston, $350,000. Reboot Recovery, $72,000. Denton County MHMR Center, $150,000. Project Zero Alliance, $26,000. Catholic Charities Archdiocese of San Antonio, $175,000. A Sanctuary for Military Families, $211,000. Grace After Fire, $97,000. Collin County non-VCO, $400,000. Andrew Center, $150,000. Soliana Stables, $60,000. Now the General Assistance Awards. Texoma Council of Governments, $100,000. Salvation Army Lufkin, $82,000. Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation, $300,000. Meals on Wheels Tarrant County, $315,000. East Texas Veterans Community Council Camp V, $200,000. Caritas Austin, $116,000. Veterans Healthcare Alliance, $30,000. Hope for the Warriors, $200,000. Volunteers of America Texas, $275,000. Caritas Waco, $175,000. Meals on Wheels and Senior Services, $147,000. Cornerstone Community Action Agency, $300,000. The Salvation Army Corpus Christi, $200,000. City of El Paso, $140,000. Soldiers Angels, $222,000. Catholic Charities of Central Texas, $275,000. Houston Area Urban League, $250,000. Burnett County, $105,000. Community Council of South Central Texas, $300,000. Bandera County Community on Aging, $250,000. Texas Neighborhood Services, $250,000. Santa Maria Hostel, $75,000. Lubbock Regional MHMR Center, $200,000. Hill Country Community Action Association, $150,000. Northwest Assistance Ministries, $200,000. Community Action Corporation of South Texas, $95,000. City of Harlingen, $200,000. City of Dallas, $150,000. Bluebonnet Trails MHMR Center, $150,000. The Salvation Army San Antonio, $300,000. Tender Loving Care Center for Children, $200,000. The Salvation Army Waco, $250,000. Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, $215,000. The Visiting Nurse Association of Texas, VNA, $75,000. San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Families, $73,000. YMCA of Central Texas, $45,000. Hidalgo County Community Service Agency, $400,000. Young Women's Christian Association, El Paso del Norte, $200,000. Bexar County Research Institute, $200,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $300,000. Correction. Let me go back. Baylor Research Institute, $200,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $300,000. Lone Star Legal Aid, $400,000. USA Cares, $250,000. East Texas Council of Governments, $175,000.
Semper Fi and America Fund, $300,000. Fort Bend Senior Citizen Meals on Wheels and much, much more, $198,000. Blanco River Regional Recovery Team, $198,000. San Antonio Food Bank, $300,000. In Power, $300,000. City of Fort Worth, $340,000. Honor Veterans Now, $250,000. Lubbock County Non-VCO, $25,000. National Guard Association of Texas, $250,000. Goodwill Industries of Central Texas, $200,000. Camino Real Community MHMR Center, $100,000. Department of Texas Veterans of Foreign Wars Foundation, $400,000. Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County, $136,000. Catholic Charities Archdiocese of San Antonio, $300,000. Golden Crescent Regional Planning Commission, $100,000. Meals on Wheels South Texas, $52,000. Castle Cares Community Ministries, $200,000. Pecan Valley MHMR, $275,000. Haven for Hope of Bexar County, $115,000. Goodwill Industries of South Texas, $200,000. United States Veterans Initiative, U.S. Vets, $297,000. United Way of Tarrant County, $200,000. PTSD Foundation of America, $300,000. Project Mend, $400,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments and Economic Development, $198,000. Collin County, $50,000. Citizens Development Center, $201,000. Bring Everyone in the Zone, $100,000. Concho Valley Center for Human Advancement, $275,000. Coastal Bend Council of Governments, $200,000. City of Corpus Christi, $300,000. Katy Christian Ministries, $200,000. The Salvation Army Abilene, $200,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston, $100,000. Heroes Night Out, $165,000. That completes the general assistance category and all awarded grants, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, everyone, for all the hard work that it goes into doing that. So appreciate that. Okay, we are ready to move on to the next agenda item. I do believe we do need to go into executive session. So what we'll do is we'll take a break and then we'll go into let everyone in here figure out how to go into executive session. And then we'll come back and go into executive session. And that should be our last agenda item. We have returned for our meeting. As authorized by Vernon's Texas Code Annotated Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074, the Texas Veterans Commission will adjourn into executive session. Following executive session, the Commission will reconvene in open and public session to take any actions as desired or necessary as a result of the deliberations. We will now start executive session and ask everyone to leave the room at this time. We'll advise you when executive session is over and the open meeting will resume. We will need all the commissioners, Tom, and our lawyer for executive session. And now it's starting at time 2:57. 3:14 p.m. We are back in open session. We have no action items that need to be taken as a result of closed deliberations. Okay, commissioners, we need to discuss and set the date for our next quarterly commission meeting for August. TVC staff recommends the following dates, which is Tuesday, August 18th. Just want to confirm with everyone, for the only commissioner who will be here, possibly, August 18th. It's a Tuesday. Commissioner Wright, just confirming with you. Commissioner Hernandez, I'm not sure if we'll have a replacement for you by then, so if you don't mind checking to see your calendar as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
If anything comes up, please let us know. Our next fiscal year 26 quarterly commission meeting is scheduled for August 18th, 2026 at the George H.W. Bush Building, room 4300, Austin, Texas at 8:30 a.m. I will now call on each commissioner for closing comments if we have any. I will start with you, Commissioner Hernandez, if you have anything you'd like to add. You don't have to.
I've certainly been fulfilling day of all the funds that will be expended by the organizations to touch our veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses. It really is gratifying that the work that we did in the advisory committee, you can't say enough about them, to all the time that they spent to make this day possible for the organizations that are going to be receiving the grant funds to service our veterans in Texas. Thank you, and thank you for all the support. We'll see if this is my last meeting. Anxiously awaiting, hopefully, replacements that will be named in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for your service on the commission, and especially today. Commissioner Wright?
First, to our volunteers, having spent time in your shoes, I know how much work that you've put into this. It is deeply appreciated. I don't think anybody was expecting 27 amendments, but we did set a record, so there we go. But very much thank you. To our staff, I know how hard you guys work. And I know you were working into the night last night answering a couple of my questions that actually, believe it or not, it was relevant to some of our decisions. But to all of our staff, thank you so much. We're coming up on Memorial Day. Please, as we said in Florida, arrive alive on Tuesday when we come back. I don't want any bad news. So that's your safety brief. But I deeply appreciate being associated with an organization that every time I turn around, I'm getting oh, you helped me here, you helped me there, and it's making a difference. So thank everybody very much. Have a safe weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, any comments?
Yeah, it was. I think we set the record for the longest meeting ever, but it was well worth it, and it went very, very smooth. I thank the commissioners for their input, and the chair especially for managing the meeting, and I also want to thank the staff for all the preparation and rehearsals and preparation that you did over and over again to make the meeting go smooth. And to all the organizations out there that's watching or will watch this recording, congratulations on your funding, and thank you again for all the services you give our veterans of this great state. Have a safe Memorial Day.
Thank you, Tom. And I echo those same thanks to staff and to our advisory committee for all the work you put into this. It is a great day when we can give out over $40 million to grantees that will be providing services for veterans. And this year is always the biggest meeting of the year, and I know it takes a lot of prep to get into it. So I appreciate everyone's time and effort, because it is well worth it. And so again, thank you. And then as we move into Memorial Day, want to